Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Are we finally back?
Oh my gosh.
It was taking so long. Dakin will be here very shortly. But in the meantime, how was everybody for our quite long break that we had? I don't know if you guys I started coming up with like millions and millions of like campaign ideas and character ideas because I was going through withdrawal.
Oh.
All right, thank you. I hope everybody in chat is doing well. Thank you for coming back to us. I know.
Mm-hmm.
It's really crazy. We're on nearly episode or session 30, which is also crazy to me.
Yep.
I wanted to call out that we did have some art updates thanks to Very/Kenna.
Oh yeah, I can show it off again.
Yeah, the stream, it should be looking like crystal clear, and we've got some stuff if you want to go to like the BRB screen.
7 seconds to get through an ad.
Whoa.
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 Whoa. Yay. Very
Does it
exciting,
actually
very
look
exciting.
better?
Yeah, let us know if it actually looks like crisper and clearer, if the chat log is showing up better and the art looks crispier.
The art slideshow has made me realize something.
That you're addicted to getting commissioned art?
I have a problem.
Oh yeah, you are majority.
You're out there paying bills for artists all the time, and we love it. We support that.
Oh yeah.
I just love art so much.
I know. And I find that it's like especially good when you're like really invested in the story. And I'm super invested in this story. I know you guys are, so
yeah.
Yeah,
they're
maybe.
pretty rad characters.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Yeah, kinda.
Just like sometimes I think
just
about it.
Just a little guy.
Every now and then.
Here and there.
Yeah.
Occasionally.
We are back into our regular schedule because I don't think we have to take any more breaks.
Not unless something crazy happens. I got nothing else lined up.
Well, I hope you said that and then you immediately started knocking on wood somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's there.
Oh my god, my dogs are barking. What did you do?
Let's go ahead and jump in with our questions. It's been so long, so this will be a little bit like, feel free to also explain a little bit more if there's context around it, just to remind folks what happened last session. But would anybody like to jump in with what is something that stood out to you from last session?
Me.
Oh.
Okay.
Valerius was such a good balloon last session.
Yeah.
Good widow balloon.
He was bobbing around everywhere.
Yeah.
No, what stood out to me was definitely the emotional terrorism. I might have cried once or twice, maybe.
You?
Just a little bit.
No way.
What? You don't
Talks
believe
to learn.
me?
Yeah, it was a good homecoming. Do you want to pick on anybody?
I'm gonna pick on my sister.
Thank you. Well, besides all of the emotional stuff, dear father doesn't know about the prophecy. Found that out right at the end there. That was cool.
Wiggles eyebrows.
I also didn't go insane from using contact other planes, so that was pretty exciting.
Very exciting. Very exciting. Would you like to pick on anybody?
Well, I'm going to pick the guy who wasn't here because I think he deserves a
Easy.
chance to answer.
I
Well,
have
okay.
an answer.
Whoa. Okay, you give your answer, and then I might ask you a follow-up question. We'll do that.
Yeah, totally. So my answer is absolutely the emotional terrorism. I want you guys to know. Gwen was like, hey, probably a really good idea to follow up and like watch the VOD, which I was planning on doing. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna do that, today or tomorrow. So I sit down, I have my food, I'm watching the stream, it starts, I get about 20 minutes into it. I am sitting at my desk alone in the middle of the day, 25-year-old man bawling my fucking eyes out at the fucking letters this imaginary little girl wrote to me.
I tried to warn you.
I
Said what I
was
said.
not prepared, especially because I have little brothers and sisters, and the thought started flooding to me of what if this actually happened, and that made it hurt even more.
Yep.
Oh,
That's sad.
I am sharing with you your letters just so that you have them.
Thank you.
Yes,
I
we
want
can
to
try
know
all
what
over
they
again.
say.
Didn't you read them?
Well,
She
yeah,
read
I
them.
did read
Oh,
them
yeah.
out.
Never mind. I knew that.
But his
It's just
letters
been
were
so
very,
long.
very much like, by the way, you need to come back, remember?
Mm-hmm.
Can I also ask, because you and I talked a little bit offline, and you had made the comment that when Leora sort of like encountered everybody and then like sort of like emotionally imploded and ran off to her room, that Valerius would have followed her.
Yes.
Can you describe what would have happened? Anything that you say goes.
So, essentially, when she had stormed off after, I believe it was when Vosti said something along the lines of like, we'll hear for a little bit, and I think that was what set her off, like the fact that we would be having to leave again. He'd kind of give everybody a look and then kind of go follow after, and unless she like barred him from like following or like, knocking on door, checking on whatever, kind of, try to have a heart-to-heart with her, let her know that has nothing to do with the fact that we don't want to be here. If anything, it's the exact opposite, but there are things that we kind of just can't ignore. So along that lines, trying to kind of big brother, heart-to-heart, try to add a little bit of real-world explanation to it, because she seems like the one that would be able to understand it the most.
Yeah. And I think that's probably what helped her like reemerge and hang out with everybody again a little bit. Who do you want to pick on?
I'm gonna pick on Vosti.
You guys kind of all took the easy ones. I'll say that a new hottie has been dangled in front of Vosti. Potential callbacks to a certain dream that he scoffed at.
New old hottie?
Yeah,
a new
old
hottie has hit the stream.
New hottie hitting them streams. So I don't know if that's going to be a factor or not. We'll stay tuned to see,
Let's find
Maybe
out.
he'll just ignore the whole thing.
Victoria, ooh.
Just be like, Destiny, fuck that. I'm going off and following this prophecy.
Well, I mean,
Who do you want to
he
pick on?
has to marry her because her name starts with a V too.
I don't know if that's
Does
a
it?
requirement, but
Yeah. Like that's
Does
the
it?
number one requirement.
We have
Yeah,
a death
maybe
prophecy and we have a
That's
life
really
prophecy.
clever.
Which would you rather chase?
there's still that hottie Chloe. So
Who you're not sure if she's
evil or
potentially
real.
evil or not. Yeah.
Or even alive. We've
Yeah.
literally not spoken
In
to that
3
woman.
years.
in
She
3
might have
years.
moved, to be honest. Even
said
she may
once, she
not
was
have
like-
been the daughter to the Baron.
I kind of want to
Hey guys,
point
let's
something
have a
out.
chat about doing some conspiracies against my dad, and then we vanished for 3 years.
Yeah,
One of
she
the-
shrugged and left.
I'd like to point out that most of the women in this game that like we have jokingly fawned over have turned out to be either stupid or evil. First it was Minnow's girlfriend, and then she was a dipshit, and then it was the hag that we didn't know was a hag. It's just getting worse and worse.
No, guys, I think it's okay to open your heart to love. It's okay. Just
No,
Open
absolutely.
your heart to
If
loving
they end
evil
up-
women.
if they end up being like an evil succubus or something, like at least you'll get
It's
like a
just
cool
character
fight out of it.
Guys, I can fix her.
Who
I
are
heard
you picking on,
succubus fuck like
Boasty?
crazy. I'm gonna pick
Okay.
Dakin.
Whoa.
That was so vulgar.
There's just always an extra step and you always take it.
Wild in the bed, you know what I'm saying?
No,
Oh, jeez.
I saw the Baldur's Gate scene.
Succubus in the streets and the
No.
sheets.
no.
I'm a man of God.
Dakin, what stood
That's
out
me.
to you?
I think the thing that stood out the most, I missed the first two people's answers, but I think to me, sitting down for the family dinner and having to explain to children who we have already hurt irrevocably because all of their siblings vanished from their lives for years. And just having to be like, yeah, so I don't go home. I don't talk to my family. And like having to navigate that conversation with them without being an asshole.
Yeah,
And
and it was a lore drop.
also just like the inability to say anything to be helpful to them because they don't know him.
Mm-hmm.
They don't even, two of them didn't even remember him.
Mm-hmm.
So he just felt very like I'm like a spectator in a terrible situation, but I'm also forced to participate.
True. Does anybody have any predictions for this session?
I predict so a question for Shadow. A lot of the stuff we had to, Gwen was Valerius balloons.
Yeah.
Would he have explained to Mom what an aboleth is?
Oh man.
I feel like
I watched it last week. The VOD. Did it come up in conversation? I can't remember.
Yes, because Vary made Alara tell Mom that Abby, her psychic octopus aboleth friend, and Mom's kind of like, well, what's an aboleth? And then I'm like, well, Valerius said, and then Gwen's like, Valerius balloons.
Well, I'll ask the question to the group. If he went to explain, would anyone try to stop him?
No.
Because he has no problem saying. So he would have explained it.
So I predict there's going to be a lot of what did Valerius actually say and or do? Since we don't know.
Okay.
I mean, do you want me to answer that, or do you want to just roll it?
I mean, I think it's mostly situational. Like, that was a big one. Like, would he have told Mom? Like, there's other
Yeah.
things like, bamfing us in and out of the tiny house. I don't see why he wouldn't have done that, but
No,
some
yeah, for
things
sure.
I feel like there's going to be some Valerius balloons explaining.
Makes sense.
Picking
wanna
on my
pick on?
sister again.
Okay.
More emotional moments.
Okay.
I foresee this.
Who do you want to pick on?
Valerius.
I suspect heartbreak.
What?
I suspect something's gonna happen that's gonna make all of us cry.
Interesting.
I don't like how you said that.
Who do you want to
Is that a
pick on?
threat?
Yes.
I'm just reacting.
I pick Dakin this time.
Fuck you.
I
That's
believe
the
we
heartbreak
will-
right there.
I believe we will learn something that has changed about the town while we were gone. Whether that's in speaking to Egrin or whatever comes of that conversation. I think we're going to learn about things that we have missed.
Yeah, I believe there will be conversations with people outside of the family that we should be prepared for.
Okay. Sounds good. Sounds good. Alara, what mood are you in?
Kind of sad because I know we have to leave the family again.
Mm-hmm.
But determined, I guess. I mean, is determined an emotion?
Hmm.
Yeah.
You know, determined to
Feeling.
resolve this stuff so that we can come home.
Yeah. I think if Undertale has taught us anything, determination is an emotion.
I've still never played.
I've watched so many playthroughs.
I've owned it for
Very.
6 years.
Hi.
Hi. What mood are you in?
How words it work?
How words it work?
Wait, can we come back to me?
Yes.
I'll jump in.
Valerius.
Oh,
Oh.
never mind.
Dakin.
Yeah, go for it.
What mood are you in?
I feel that Dakin is. I feel he feels deeply sad at sitting through that experience, but he feels resolute in what he knew he had to do before.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was a painful reminder, but it was a reminder of how much it is important that he gets these people back home.
Valerius.
I would say also determined, in the sense that definitely needed the clarity to understand what they need to come back to.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Toasty.
Yeah, determined is pretty good. Bittersweet. But also like more incentivized to not fucking die.
Yeah. Well, let's jump into it then.
Wait. We need Very's
Get Very.
emotional well-being.
Oh, Very. Sorry. I said your name and then I checked it off on my list. Very, go.
Hey.
What mood are you in? You
No,
can't say
thank you.
forgotten.
Forgotten, but also
No.
I would say like a little sad, but also mostly peaceful in knowing that they're set on a specific course.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no. Yeah, let me pull this curtain back, fellers and ladies. The fact that she just said that in response to what Very just said is not
Mhm.
good.
Mhm.
Oh, okay. Innocently. Bullshit. Here comes the rug. Y'all better grab something.
Well, I think you're also misunderstanding the way that I mean that.
No.
'Cause it-
I'm-
I know,
I'm meaning
but
like she. Okay.
I get it, but I don't think that the way that I said it is actually like I don't think the way it's being interpreted is actually how I meant it.
All I said was, oh, okay. That's all. I don't think that I don't understand why you would. Anyway, I think that if I recall, the intention and therefore where I'm bringing you guys back into it was having a sleepover in the tiny home with the littles that I believe mattresses had been pulled out of some of the rooms to instead be arranged in the living room, so it could be sort of like a big sleepover. So that's where we're going to resume. I do have a question about whether or not, so if you can just remind me what your intentions were, Dakin, if you were going to also be there, just like in your room, or part of the sleepover, or if you were going to go back to the inn. I think you had said that you were going to go back to the...
No, we did that he's currently sleeping out at the Lemoneth worship spot in the field.
Yes! Thank you. Gosh, it's been so
Um,
long, and my notes are everywhere.
Yeah, so he's asleep in a field.
Perfect. It is... You don't know what time because you're unconscious. But I need Valerius specifically to go ahead and give me a perception check with disadvantage because of being unconscious.
Okay. Oh, what's going on with my phone? There we go. All right, perception with disadvantage.
Correct.
Yeah, that tracks.
It takes you a while. The rest to wake up. But you are like your dreams are sort of being interrupted, not by any sort of magical force, but you can feel yourself like groggily coming into consciousness, just not very quickly. The rest of you that are present can also roll perception if you would like to, with disadvantage.
Yippee!
Is this based on any particular sense?
This would be hearing.
Oh, so normal.
Okay. Anything from Vosti?
Don't you have advantage on? I thought it was hearing and oh, but it's disadvantage, so it goes normal. Yeah.
Okay. Then,
Toasty's in a headlock.
yeah, Alara is... I don't know if you're muted. Oh, no, never mind. He messaged me. He's AFK. Alara, you wake up before Valerius has a chance to. You are currently sort of like in a like snuggle pile with Leora and are so zonked out as a result.
I'm also
of
in a
that.
shared dream still likely, so.
Mm-hmm. But at some point you are aware, that the youngest, Rissa, is no longer there. She woke up. But you're still snoozing. Alara, you see a small but familiar shape, like sitting on top of Valerius, giggling and trying to be very quiet and sneaky.
What do you mean, a familiar small shape?
I kind of squint and rub my eyes to try to figure out.
Another small shape that's also familiar, sort of like comes into view and is sort of like crouched over Valerius's head, and the two figures are like giggling and whispering to each other.
Shh, we're gonna wake him up.
They like freeze, and the one that was like crouched near his head, like squawks and goes like running, off to like hide in a room. And it's very clear that that one was Skivrox. The other one holds a little finger up to her mouth, and then like tries to like sneak back towards the kitchen, and she's holding on to something. Valerius, you wake up.
Huh?
What sense do you think, like, what sense do you think you take note of first? So,
Sense, like smell or
yeah,
sense?
smell,
Oh, okay.
smell, touch, hearing, taste.
Probably like smell and touch.
Okay. You smell something. It's a familiar smell. It's very sweet. You also feel like your face feels like a little bit tight in a not comfortable way.
In a what way?
Uncomfortable.
An uncomfortable way is actually the English word for it.
Kind of like up on one elbow and like rub his face really quick with his hand.
Okay. Your hand comes back sticky with honey that's been smeared into your beard and your
Oh.
mustache.
Oh.
What the? Who the?
And then there's cackling from the kitchen. Little girl cackling.
Alara
He-
bites her bottom lip and she just freezes.
He stands up and he busts out of the room. Who's the one? Like looking for any sign of this culprit.
Skivrox is hiding under some bed somewhere. And Rissa is we'll just say that she doesn't have she's not particularly undexy, but she's not particularly dexy either. So we'll just give her she's very loud in the kitchen as she's trying to put a lid back on the honey pot that she borrowed and shove it into things, but she's shoving it onto a shelf that's got other things on it, so those things are getting rustled around, and the sugar pot falls over and she's like, oh no.
I run to try to intercept her and scoop her up.
She screams like you're murdering her, but then she's also laughing. And everybody else is now awake.
As that's happening, I just pick her up and go you are not innocent in this. And he starts just smearing his face all over hers, getting the honey all over her.
Oh, don't do it. You're the no. And she's just laughing and kicking her feet and continuing to scream and giggle. Eldrin lifts his head and is just what is going on? And Leora picks her head up off of Very's shoulder and then just goes ugh, and pulls a pillow back over her head. But you now have honey face.
I now have honey face.
Mm-hmm. A sleepover prank well completed, I would say.
The first thought when you said a small familiar form, I was like, is Abby about to kill me in my sleep? I actually panicked for a fraction of a second. I actually had a little bit of tenseness.
Honestly, same. Whenever a small figure is mentioned, I'm like, what the fuck is Abby doing?
Yeah.
Well, you would know because the small figure would flop in a direction slightly. That's her biggest tell that it's her. The house starts to wake up with everybody else, and the lights come on and everything, and the kids are super thrilled. And Rissa's just now I've got to take another bath. This is the worst. But she's also got her arms in a vice lock around Valerius's neck because he's home.
Yeah.
Is there anything you guys would like to do before you leave the tiny home?
No.
No, not off the top of my head.
You can tell that it is like a good ways into morning. Like not halfway through the morning, but it's not like the crack of dawn. The sun's probably been up for a while. And where you are, Dakin, the sun has been up for a while. Did you wake with it or did you sleep in? What's up with you?
So true.
I think he did wake with the sun, but kind of just like laid on the bench, like enjoying the morning.
Okay. This is this place has adjusted a little bit during the sleep, and part of it's just because you had sort of unleashed a little bit of magic that continued to have effect while you slept there, and sort of fed a little bit of intention into this space. But you notice that, like, not completely, but the vines and plants and that sort of thing have like retreated just a little bit more. So were somebody to be casually walking through, they would be able to notice it a lot more easily. This little shrine. And you've got sort of a sense. It's not that very direct sense that you've felt many times at this point where, Lemoneth is like physically there with you, or very, very close in a spiritual sense, but you kind of just get like a sense of feeling like you did something good, something that needed to be done. When do you think you're going to head back to the Maldosos?
I think he spends maybe an hour or two after waking with first light, just sitting there thinking about last night, about what they've been through together and separately. I think he takes the couple minutes to mend any other parts of the site that are broken.
Mm-hmm.
And he stands up, dusts himself off, lets out a deep breath, and starts walking towards the Mildozos.
On the way, he spots a familiar figure. He sees Verona, and she's in the process of harvesting from some raspberry bushes, but she's not collecting the berries. It's not their season. She is collecting sort of the last leaves that are on the plant. You get the sense that she hasn't seen you, so if you want, you can sort of just bypass her, or you can approach if you would like to.
Do I, with my herbalism knowledge, know why she is collecting the leaves of the bush?
There are some properties that would be useful, not necessarily from like a medicinal standpoint, but older leaves from berry plants, like the newer leaves definitely, but the older leaves can have like a particular flavor in teas and uses in baking that give it like just a little bit of like a bittersweet quality.
I'll walk up to her. A little early morning gardening, Verona.
Good morning. Definitely harvesting. Did you sleep out here?
I did.
It's really interesting because the other half of my family is home, but they are evidently inside of a little tiny magical object. And so my house has been completely silent, even of the littlest children. I don't know if I liked it very much. I'm not upset, obviously. It was just, I was kind of looking forward to the noise.
I understand. Well, we're not leaving today. So
Well, that's
hopefully
good.
tonight you'll get a little bit of that noise.
I'm looking forward to it. You know, it's perfectly fine if you ever want to just, children like to ask a lot of questions, and sometimes those questions can be uncomfortable. So if you ever want to just tell them, like, oh, I don't feel like answering that, or let's talk about something else, that's okay. Like, they won't take offense.
I don't mind. It's okay. I think it's good for them to learn other perspectives.
Well,
And I
that's
hope
good.
I didn't overstep in how I spoke of it.
No, I don't think so.
They're good kids.
They are. All of them are.
They are.
But how are you?
I think he like sort of blinks at her. I don't think anyone has asked him how he is in a very long time. I I'm alive and I'm doing what I need to be doing. I've struggled with what we have to do with taking your family away from you. And I fear I will have to keep struggling.
There is not a person who has taken my family from me. There was a job that they had to do, and now I think all of you feel compelled to continue on a path that you've started down. But that's all choices. That's not theft.
I'm glad you see it that way.
I don't want them to die, obviously. And I would prefer, of course, that whatever it is that all of you are going to be getting up to, that it's both safe and short. But I've also raised my children to do what it is that makes them happy. Do what it is that they think they need to do.
Again, as before, I swear to you, Verona Meldozo, I will do everything in my power to bring your kids back safe.
I know that you will try. That is where you're coming from, but I hope you don't think that you are the only the only thing that's responsible for that. They're also responsible for themselves and for you.
I understand. But when... And I think he uses a little bit of that, if there is any leftover magic from the other day, to like life in the raspberry bush she was working on a little bit. When you can do the things I do and you fail, it feels like it's because of you.
Come here. And she sort of indicates the spot right next to her.
He hesitates before walking over, and then he steps beside her and looks.
This bush has a cycle that it follows. And I'm certain this is not new information to you. It fades with winter because it needs to store energy. There's just not enough nature feeding it during those times. And so it has to go into a dormancy state before it can come back to life in the spring and flower and give delicious fruit. And then through the summer, it gathers up all of its energy, all of the things that it's going to need to keep itself alive during the winter. And it does more than give us fruit. It grows thorns in order to protect itself. And we can use many parts of it, actually, not just the leaves, not just the berries. There's a lot of different things. The roots are actually very useful. But it needs to do all of the things that it does in order for it to be what it is. And I would hate if you accompanied my children on this quest and were so focused on ensuring that they stayed alive that you missed something that could have brought you all home sooner or could have saved you. So take care of them, but don't forget to be the whole plant.
I'll try and keep that in mind.
She is going to sort of, she contemplates you, and then after a moment, like, lifts a hand and sort of like sets it on your shoulder, but then like reaches up higher and kind of like just sets it on the back of your head. And it's like not a huge hand, and you're a larger person than she is, but it is a hand that just sort of radiates mom.
They're very lucky to have you.
I think they're lucky to have you too.
I'd like that to be true.
I think you'll find that it is.
Thank you, Verona.
You might want to go back. Somebody sent a summons for them, I think.
All right.
See you later.
You will. Enjoy your garden.
Thank you. And she pats his back and then lets him leave in his own time.
He takes a breath, sort of rolls his shoulders out, and I think walks a little bit taller back to meet the rest of them.
As the rest of you guys are making your way out of the tiny house, the house, like the living quarters of it, is quiet. There is like bustling going on in the store because it would be open at this time of day. And on a table that's at the foot of the staircase that leads up to the rooms, there is a envelope that is addressed to Valerius.
Going. We're all together, or is it just?
Yeah.
Go and grab it.
Okay.
The penmanship of I should say the handwriting, look familiar?
Go ahead and give me a history check. You have advantage.
Ooh.
Ooh.
You're very familiar with this particular type of missive. You've delivered this type of missive before. This is from your temple.
Gonna hesitate for almost like a second, almost like wasn't expecting this before he slowly opens it.
You have received a missive that you are ordered to attend a summons from the tribunal at the morning hour of Purial, which you know is 9 a.m.
What time is it now?
Just a little bit past 8. It is suggested that you bring witnesses.
So he will read through it like once on his own before he kind of turns to everybody and reads it out. I'm gonna probably need you guys for this.
Do you need help sweeping?
Yeah. I
And
think
then
it's a
she
little
like
more
elbows
serious than
whoever's
that.
next to her.
What?
I've been gone for 3 years without a word. So.
Well, I mean, it's not really been 3 years for us.
Yeah, they don't see it that way, and I would say even if we all know we're in the right of what happened, be prepared to get a brunt meeting. But we have to start making our way there.
Dakin, you are sort of stepping in back into the Maldoso home. And you hear we have to start making our way there.
You
As you
stepped
do.
away.
Well,
What
not
is it?
allowed.
He
What
believes.
is it
He
that-
believes.
What is it that you'd have us say, brother?
It depends on what they ask.
All right. Well,
I'm gonna be honest. This isn't like, hey, long time no see, come get a drink type wording. This is possible dereliction of duty type situation.
Alara's starting to look a little angry.
okay. Well, we can. speak on your behalf. Obviously.
Like I said, I have no idea what they're gonna ask. Or I could be wrong. I could be entirely wrong. This could be something completely different. But
What
gut
else
feeling
would
doesn't
it-
necessarily tell me.
What else could it be?
You know, I feel like I've asked myself that question so many times since we've all been, away, and it gets just changed every time. So I kind of don't question anything anymore. I just wait till I find out.
Okay, well, let's start heading, and she'll
let's
loop her arm in his.
kind of give a
Are you
small.
leaving already?
No, just gotta make a quick trip. I need to stop in at my where I work.
How quick is quick?
Depends on how long they need to talk to.
Who's saying this, by the way?
Leora said the last. Rissa said the first.
You gotta do picture switching.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just however long they need to talk to me for, just up at the temple.
Listen to me carefully, you three. If we don't come back within a few hours, gather the villagers, raise hell.
Wait, no, don't, no.
storm the-
No,
what? No?
Valer-
No.
no,
Well, maybe
all right,
just
don't-
maybe
Roasty,
just
that's-
tell
tell
just
Mother.
tell mom.
It's
Yes.
worse.
Just
Tell
to-
mother.
yeah. That's
Okay, we can tell her. Are you in trouble?
Yes.
We don't know.
No.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know. Probably.
Should we get Kaylin?
I don't think
Oh.
Maybe.
Actually, hold on. Maybe.
That could be.
That's
That
actually
actually
a
could
great
be
idea.
helpful.
Just for clarification, she actually should have said Papa. I just said
That's fine.
Kaylin for you guys to know exactly who she was talking about right off the jump.
Well, I don't think I would have thought.
We would have
you
known.
Let's
that
get out,
out.
Papa. Let's see what happens when that rolls up.
Only one papa for her.
Yeah.
Actually, yes.
Yeah.
Is he around?
Yes.
Well, we can go and find him.
Yes. And just let him know where we are.
Good
Is that
thinking.
Okay. Well,
Very helpful.
it's like an adventure.
That's right. You're on your own adventure, just like us.
Well,
One
we come back.
ground rule for the
Oh.
adventure. Oh.
She looks like she
That's
kind of is trying to
crazy.
hide like a little shitty face when she says that. Like she's just starting to learn sarcasm at her age, so she whipped it out to see how it landed.
Yeah, Bosti's job is open.
Elder just sort of like wraps his hand over her mouth.
Very looks
Um,
a little upset.
We're gonna
High
go,
five from Alara.
we're gonna go get Papa.
Okay, no
and then
spell
we'll meet you
books.
there. Yeah. And then he runs back upstairs to put his book back in his room.
We head?
We
walk.
go.
As we walk,
Jacking balloons.
I'd like to ask Valerius a couple questions as we walk.
Shoot.
What is exactly that they would have had you do if you didn't miss out on 3 years? Like, what were you required to do? Check in with them?
Well,
Sweet.
the thing is my duties are, as I've said before, pretty mundane when nothing's happening. I mean, we have to check in. I mean, we're an order of paladins. I mean, I can't say that it's too far off from almost a military service. I mean, imagine if you didn't check in with a commanding officer for 3 years with no words. I mean, I haven't really spoken with anyone since we've been back about what I've missed, but if there was something that would require my attention, that would require us to mobilize and move out, some sort of campaign or disturbance, I would have been gone for that. It's possible I could have missed nothing, and all I had to show for it is just some extra dust I didn't sweep, but it's the point that I didn't check in.
So this potentially could just be a confirmation of where you've been.
I'm assuming so. Again,
He might just-
unless. Go ahead.
They
Dan.
might just ask, "Where were you?"
Mhm.
It's not as
Right.
if you were derelict in your duties, other than the ones to the temple. You were still working in the name of Piriel. You fully handled a legal case for a lawyer in light with a family that almost murdered us.
Right about that. You were serving in the name of Piriel this whole time? Or
Kind of gives him a confused look. What do you mean?
but I don't know. I never saw you pray. Is that a thing you're supposed to do?
Kind of do it in the mornings.
Oh.
And I do every now and then. There has been times that Vosti would remember, like in battle, like Piriel led me or whatever before stabbing type thing. So
Oh, sure. Okay.
I would say Vosti would know that Valerius's prayer life, quote unquote, is a little more reserved outside of like public things you would have to do as a paladin, like going in and out of temples and stuff like that. But like on his own, it's a kind of more of a personal thing.
Hmm.
But I mean, yeah, I do. It's, like I said, I just don't do it necessarily like while we're sitting around at the dinner table.
Right. I just didn't know if it was sort of a thing that you had to check in with the big guy.
I think Piriel knows. I think that's kind of part of the deity thing that we don't really quite understand.
He knows what's truly in your heart.
I think the
He-
explosions of magic when he hits people with his hammer is
Mm-hmm.
her checking in.
Yeah.
Yeah, her, he, what, who?
Her.
She.
Piriel. She, yes. Piriel is Lady Law.
So she always just is watching as he looks into the sky creepily.
I mean, I don't necessarily think it's like looking out of a window constantly, but it's more of a like, again, I don't know how gods work, which is weird.
You don't know how gods work.
Can you tell me without a shadow of a doubt that you know the inner workings of how a god does what they do?
Well, I'm hoping you know more than us. Brother.
That's what I'm saying. Is given what
Oh,
I
well,
know,
okay, then you
I,
don't know.
you know,
Right, all right, okay.
I don't see behind the curtain, so I can't say that I know like how it's done. I just know that it probably happens.
Hmm.
Maybe it's like a feeling, like they're omnipresent type thing.
Do you think that as he looks into the sky, really nowhere, do you think that other things watch us?
Almost
us
certainly.
Us specifically, or us as in people
Well,
in general?
Both, but more specifically us, because remember, Father said that people take notice, or people will
Oh.
take notice.
I have something to say about him.
About Father?
Yes. Well, didn't you all notice how, like, Skivrox was a little bit weird?
Yes.
Well, I mean, all the
Before-
time, but sure.
No, but, like, extra weird before bed.
oh,
yeah,
yes.
he
So,
like
like-
touched his forehead to
Yeah.
mine and said something about he's grateful
kissed
that
us.
I'm with you guys.
Ah,
It's
yes,
weird.
I remember.
He like slipped you the tongue, Valerius. It was weird.
Stop! Stop!
What the fuck do you mean by
No,
that?
don't say that. Don't say that.
Tickled your ear.
We're not doing
Oh.
kissing cousins. We're backing
Hilarious
up.
balloons.
No, I wouldn't say that because I'm about to
Because it's-
tell
yeah.
you that it was ew. Ew. Back into the scene.
Ew.
Well, that was Father sending a message through Skivrox to us because I figured out how to contact him, but I can
Oh.
only ask yes or no questions.
Okay.
So I did ask him if he knew about the you know what, the
Mhm.
we're like in public, so I don't want to say. He does not. He had no idea what I was talking about.
Interesting.
Hmm.
Well, I mean, at least now the idea is probably on his radar, but he did not know what I was talking about, so far as I could tell.
I mean, I suppose that's a good thing. Relatively.
Well, it means
I
that
don't
he's
know.
not aware of what you-know-who is doing.
There's a man
Mhm.
planning things in his house and he doesn't know.
Yes.
Right.
Well, but he was present and fighting him.
When the actual thing happened, but he doesn't know what.
Oh, so maybe he
happened.
just took notice too late.
Dakin stops himself before he says the name aloud.
Right.
He had to stop him because what happened here probably also occurred there in some way. There was some
Right.
sort of pulse.
Hmm.
And I feel like you can probably tell if someone makes a new window in your house.
Well, he noticed when I did, so that stands to reason.
But it is concerning that it's his house and he doesn't know what he's doing. He might
Yeah,
have something that's covering him. Or
Yeah.
hampering someone stronger.
I thought I would ask because, well, he most definitely has to handle things from that side. So I just, I don't know.
I ritual Rary's telepathic bond as we're walking so we can actually have a fucking conversation about this.
That connects
Okay.
to all of us.
Yeah,
He sits down and starts ritual casting, and we're all like,
I
what
sit
the
down,
fuck?
We're like, oh,
There's 15 boots in
He
a circle around
piggybacks
me.
on. He piggybacks on Vosti.
I'm standing on his shoulders with my hands up, doing like a Doctor Strange
he
pose.
just jumps on my back and I don't question it.
Yeah.
Oh god, he's ritualizing again.
Hi.
I don't know.
Ritualizing. Vosti trying to talk about magic.
Ritualification.
He's doing a sort of spell cast.
Ugh.
I
He's
think
making
he's
my
using
one
some sort of
ability
arcane
useless
energy.
again.
Oh, I'm the one that does all the magic. Oh, me and Very. Oh, I can do magic too. It's just a little bit chaotic.
Okay.
I think magic does
Are
you
you-
sort of more than you do
are
magic.
okay?
I wish I could fireball. I'm just being jealous. Little jelly.
He's just being a little petty
I
today.
think that might be the most honest he's been this entire adventure.
Ooh, you
Shut
know
up!
what we
You're
should get you?
revitalizing Casey seasoning
Wait.
up there.
Vosti,
What?
there is a necklace
Huh?
of
Go on.
fireball beads.
I'm listening.
And you can throw them and it will make a fireball.
Is it worse than the pyromancing trumpet that I had,
No,
or whatever it
it's
was?
better. I mean,
The pyro
So-
converger?
That's
I
it.
would because it's just like a bead and you're not really like casting off of your own magic. I would assume it's not as strong as like if you were really practicing fireballs. I don't know. I also can't cast fireball. But I mean, it's probably like a weaker fireball, but you would be doing it.
How many beads do I get?
I think that depends how much you spend.
Oh. Right, we'll look into it. Sounds fun, though.
Well, anyway, so yeah, he doesn't know about Castor and the prophecy. This is
Yeah,
in
that's
the
troubling.
bond.
We're in brain speech now, yeah.
Yes.
Bit
But
concerning, but good to know.
he did give us all that good night through Skivrox because I asked him if he could figure out a way to contact me where we don't have to do yes or no questions because, there's only so many ways I can phrase things to actually get information. But anyway, if I were to do that again, there is a chance that it massively backfires and I basically go incoherent for the rest of the day. But I could also ask 5 yes or no questions, which would be better than going, ooh.
I mean,
Okay,
luckily
but,
we
like-
could put
I
you in
don't-
the house if that happens. So you'd be protected, but
I don't know if I can
Hopefully it
speak
doesn't.
to your father, but I can also do something similar. Mine is a ritual for speaking to my god, but
Oh.
I don't see why perhaps it might be able to be used for a different divine being. He is a ruler of his own domain.
Well, we'll cross that bridge if we have to, but
And I
for
don't think
now,
mine
let's-
makes me crazy for the day.
Well, guess that's a
Okay.
plus. Oh, oh, you're bragging.
I
no.
get less questions though. Hers is.
I mean,
Oh,
I would,
sweet.
Stronger.
you know, good thing you're here because you could probably help me with going. Ooh.
I probably could
Oh,
also
that's
just
true.
solve that problem too after you get your
Yeah,
5.
yes.
Probably better if that happens.
Exactly. How close are we to your temple? I've
Oh,
never
here we
gone.
are. There's the temple. I recognize it.
You guys noticed two things potentially as you got like your conversation went silent for the rest of the world, as you were suddenly able to communicate, and occasionally like you were like snickering. I think Very actually did like the like
Yeah,
because she couldn't
yes.
like there's not a really a way to just do that in the head. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so they were kind of like the spectacle because they're back for one thing, but also like Skivrox is just wandering behind them, like picking his nose or something. Like it was a weird little parade that was happening. Valerius seemed kind of distracted. But, you know, he's also been summoned to a tribunal. I'm gonna just scooch time forward just an eensy beensy bit. But you guys do make it to the temple. Valerius, have you ever brought your siblings to the temple before?
I don't think he has.
You guys have seen it from a distance because it's not like, you know, miles and miles away. But you've never really had a reason to go up close to it. Nobody really does unless they're going there for a purpose. Or are a cleric or a paladin or some other servant to Piriel. The building itself is a little bit different from the rest of the architecture in Demeti. It's still built out of the same white stone, but it's been crafted in such a way that it seems like it was built out of maybe one very, very large stone, or that the craftsman made an effort to like seal up any cracks between stone bricks or anything, so that way it just looks like this one smooth temple wall. It has a colonnade that runs across the front and down the sides and along the back, and is one story, but the roof is quite tall. So it just seems very impressive. And as you're walking up towards it, the columns that are along the front, like they just naturally draw your eye upwards. And like above the sort of front entryway, there is like a little cupula, like a little dome that is positioned there that has like a scale on the top that seems functional, because it sort of teeters a little bit in the wind.
Mhm.
You are very familiar with this place, Valerius, so you escort them inside. And can I please get a will save from you? You have disadvantage because you continue to have disadvantage until I tell you otherwise.
Wisdom?
Yes, please. Okay. It stops you in your tracks when you suddenly, like, as you sort of cross over the threshold, you get like a searing pain in your forehead.
Mhm.
And it just sort of like bends you over, like a stabbing, like an ice pick just kind of got like stabbed right between, like in the center of your forehead, right between your eyes.
Okay. Bends over, he's holding his head.
I'll grab his shoulder.
Valerius?
What's wrong?
Is it so debilitating to the point where I couldn't answer, or is it
No,
just
you
like
can answer.
just not a great feeling?
Okay.
An empty stomach or Need some caffeine?
No, it's a little more, and he kind of does the whole, like, gesturing to the whole area.
Was something cast on you?
Well, as he straightens up, you guys see a mark on his forehead.
Oh,
That looks like a book that is just sort of like a open, but like you're looking at it in profile, so it almost looks like a bird, where you can see sort of like the way the pages like swoop up from the spine, and then it's got like a flat base to it.
Is this a symbol I recognize at all?
Go ahead and make a religion check.
That for anyone?
Mhm.
I mean, I'm not gonna roll because I don't give a fuck about religion, but
Oh,
yay!
Very, that's one of the symbols of Puriel.
You have a symbol on your forehead.
Symbol?
It's a symbol of Puriel, but I don't know much past that.
Valerius, you know much past that. I'm going to message it to you because you can make a decision on whether or not you want to share.
Okay.
While you do that, I think Vosti would look up into the sky and say, "She is watching."
He has like a eureka moment.
I knew it.
Oh my god. Oh, great.
My
heavens.
God. Great Scott.
gods.
My god. Literally, my god.
His God.
That guy's God for sure.
His
Not my god.
For real, for real.
Really
Just
don't
his.
care about the gods. Just his.
Just-
is
Only
watching.
this guy.
Wonder if it's like an area of effect. Like if we stand 10 feet away from him, maybe she doesn't see us.
Well,
You think?
I don't know, but
It's kind of creepy.
no, I don't think it has to be like something
Because he's here.
localized.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Maybe. I don't know.
It did happen as soon as we hit the
Yes.
door, pretty much.
Not a great sign, I would say.
No, I think this meeting's going to be worse than we hoped.
Yeah. This is all through the bond, by the way.
Yeah. Alara, you can wolf out inside of a temple, right?
And
Absolutely.
Hell yeah. All right,
Okay.
be ready.
So as he's like crouched there, he's gonna kind of look up to Very. What symbol is it? What does it look like?
an open book?
Oh, that's better. I thought it was a
There-
mustache.
There are wards set up in place on somebody that is untrusted
Oh,
in some way. An open book is the lesser of the ones. It is under questioning, essentially. I think that answers why we're here.
Valerius, why would they consider you untrustworthy?
I suppose we're gonna find out.
I'll help him up, but I'm like kind of weak, so it takes me a second.
I mean, I'll help too.
No, I think it's funnier if I'm like
Okay.
struggling and Vosti's just like still looking up.
Standing. Yeah, like, but this time with an angry face of like, think my brother's untrustworthy, you bitch.
Yeah, I'll fight all of you and your god.
And your god.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
God.
You enter into the sort of initial sort of open area of this temple, and what the rest of you see now is like, while the outside of it was like this like model of perfection, everything was very smooth, the inside has been either decorated or has actually undergone like a lot of wear and tear. So there's like cracks running through it that have copper and silver inlays in it to sort of highlight those cracks. And the dome from above that you had seen is like shining light in, and it's sort of like dazzling off all of these like metals that are sort of all over the surfaces, the floor, the ceiling. And so it kind of gives the whole space sort of this like warm ambient glow. And from the back of the room, a woman approaches. She's wearing like a navy blue shift that's belted with like a very fancy looking belt of multiple knots and that sort of thing. And you recognize her, Valerius. She is one of the clerics of Puriel. And like you don't have like, you know, the tightest buddy friendship with her, but you've like known her for most of the time that you've been in service to the temple. So you're like
She's
work buddies.
like taken note of me, seen me.
Yeah, she's definitely like beelining for you guys.
He'll kind of pat whoever's like holding him for a moment, and he'll take a step forward and just kind of not make any sudden movements, but like very much so present himself. Give a small, almost kind of somber smile.
Valerius, there you are. Her name is Krissa. She is like she's really adorable looking, I guess is the best way to put it. Like she has like these really like sort of round, almost chipmunky cheeks, and really big green eyes with like long lashes, and her blonde hair kind of like naturally falls into ringlets around her shoulders. And she's just kind of gives off like a very jolly attitude. Like she gives good hugs.
Krissa?
Krissa. Kryssa.
Dang, nailed it in the
That was
end.
nice.
I was close. I was Krissa.
Mm-hmm.
Krissa.
You've been missed.
It's, I know. Not the first person to say it recently.
Well, I'm glad you're here. There's just a few minutes before the tribunal begins. I hope. Well,
How
you know,
bad's it
I'm not
looking?
supposed to talk. Well, I'm not supposed to talk about it with you. You know that, but I'm hoping that what they're saying isn't true.
That's a good sign. No. You know me, so you can make that decision for yourself. Will you be in attendance, or is it going to be closed door?
Oh, I think a lot of us will be in attendance.
Understood.
Just whatever it is, remember that honesty is the best way to approach these things, because you'll be treated fairly.
Of course.
And go ahead and make an insight check. Anybody can make an insight check.
Oh,
Am I at
so
disadvantage
good at
still?
these. Oh yeah.
yeah,
Insightful
you are.
I am.
Fuck. I don't know who God is.
Oh. That's...
You don't
Bosti
know.
and Alara, there's something that she wants to tell him, but she should not tell him. And so she just like, there was a moment of hesitance, and then she just like reaches out and she squeezes Valerius's shoulders and like gives him like a double pat on one. Well, the truth will out. So
Always will.
are these
My witnesses.
your family? It's nice to. We've heard a lot about you. I'm Krissa. Are you going to be in the audience, or you said witnesses? Okay, well then, I'll just show you there. It's been a while since you've been here. And she takes you through to sort of this large audience chamber.
As we are about to enter, I'm
Mhm.
going to do Emboldening Bond on myself, Valerius, and Fairy. And I'm just going to pat him on the back as well and say, it'll be all right. And I'm going to give him Enhance Ability Eagle Splendor for advantage on charisma checks.
Okay.
I'm also in the telepathic bond that we have. I'm going to allude to her hesitating, but no, she wanted to say something like it looked like she was going to tell you something more, so you should be prepared, even more so, because she looks very concerned.
Yeah, I didn't get good vibes from her conversation.
Mm-mm.
Oh, really? I
think-
didn't notice anything at all.
I actually didn't pick up on anything either. Thank you for that, brother. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. That's yeah, we both
He's gonna
saw
say
it.
through. He's
I
gonna
think
say
she's
through
mad
the
at you or
bond.
wants to be your friend.
I mean,
He's gonna
that
say
might
through
be
the
also
bond.
true.
We all know what happened. We all know the reasons for what's gone on. Even if whatever they say or claim is the most outlandish thing, just let's all keep a level head. Yeah.
Mm-mm-mm.
If Alara was in wolf
Oh.
form right now, her
Ooh.
fur would totally be bristling right now. She's pissed.
Yes.
Y'all are getting a pissed vibe from Alara right now.
Y'all
just
got the
so
cow
you know.
statues with their head on fire?
Yeah, we got cows with heads on fire,
Not the moose.
flaming hair,
What the dog doing?
What the dog doing?
You
like drums.
you make your way in. This is really just more of like a vibey sort of view
Okay.
than something literal. There's not like flaming cow head statues or anything in
Dang
the
it.
distance.
Oh,
What if we wanted there to be?
can there be donkeys?
Can there be?
So in
Can it be
these like in
lions?
these like cracks, that's like the metal.
Yes.
Okay.
Mm.
Around this space, there are these large columns that are here to kind of like delineate, like, here is the focus area, but on the outside of it are like stone bleachers that are set up a little bit higher so that people can come and watch proceedings that have happened. You've sat in those chairs or on those benches to watch other things that have happened in the past, Valerius, so you're familiar with this room. Ahead of you are three figures that you know will be the tribunal. For everybody else as well, the figures that are there are in these long robes that sort of have like the robes kind of hang from pauldrons that are on the shoulders that are sort of these bulky things. So that way when the fabric falls, it really kind of obscures the shape of the person that's underneath it. So you really only get a sense of difference in height. But they're sitting. And then they have these sort of headpieces on that are really beautiful and kind of intricate and like shaped metal that sort of looks like it's curving up in like a flame shape as kind of this helm, but there's a veil in front of it, so you can't see the face of the person either. So these are very anonymous tribunal members. And Valerius, you know that who the tribunal members are switches. So that way it's never like, just like three people that get to decide everything. So you don't have a sense of who these three might be.
Right.
Just gonna change the music.
And they're on like a platform like this. What it looks like?
Yeah, up on that dais, and they're seated in not thrones so much, like low backed chairs. And there's like a little raised circular dais that's in front that would be sort of like right here if the map were custom. And then they're sort of circling around it are benches, like one bench on one side and one bench on the other side, where anybody can sit. That's sort of being called forward or witnesses or whatnot.
I'll sit on a bench.
Same.
As you guys settle in, and as 9 o'clock strikes, the central figure stands up and begins to speak, and it's a feminine voice. And if you want to try and like see if you can figure out who it is, you can go ahead and roll me a history check or an insight check, either one with disadvantage.
Damn, bud.
Disadvantage is fucking me.
There is a familiarity to it, and it's like gnawing at you. Like, you know this voice, and you know that you should know this voice, but it's just not like, it's just not clicking. And it might be just because of everything that's going on. But she says, "Let it be known and recorded on this day, the 9th of Salashan, 3108, Sunday, under the gaze of Imperial Lady Law, we are convening a tribunal in service to justice and order. We sit here to offer not vengeance, but to weigh truth against time and duty against circumstance. Before us stands Valerius, ranking paladin, and a sworn servant of Imperial and protector of this city's sacred charge. Valerius, you are called to answer for the shattering of that sworn duty. 3 years passed by the reckoning of this city. You vanished from your post. No word beyond an expectation that you would return within 2 weeks. No body, no divine message. We buried your name in absentia, and we mourned a brother fallen. In your absence, the vigil weathered many trials. And yet here you stand, and you return not broken, but changed. And so we must ask, who has returned to us? A brother reclaimed, or perhaps a servant of another cause? She sort of gestures for you to stand on the little raised platform that's in front of the benches. And she returns to sitting, and the other two tribunal members like lean towards her. And they seem to be having like a conversation that you can't hear. And then the one on the left takes up a book and starts writing in it, and then shows what they've written to the other two, and then the other two nod in agreement. And then the central figure stands again. The charges laid before you are thus: dereliction of duty. In your unexplained absence, you abandoned your post, your brothers and sisters of the temple, and your sacred charge, both to the Temple of Imperial and to the city of Demeti. You are also being charged with oath breaking.
So up until this point during all the talking, he's been making eye contact. He's been standing very stoically, very professionally. And even through the reading of like the first beginning charges, like really not much of a reaction. But at the oath breaking, there's just a slight kind of like tilting of his head and like a tightening of his jaw, not in like an angered sense, but in a like when you say something like you caught red-handed type gaze.
Mm-hmm.
Just give a small nod.
Upon your return to Demeti, falling within the blanket of Imperial's eye, you bear the mark of a fallen paladin. Your magic no longer flows precisely through the light of Puriel's will, but through something altered and perhaps severed. Such a transformation does not come without a cause. Finally, you are being charged with suspicion of heretical allegiance. Skivrox is sort of sitting on the bench next to Vosti, swinging his feet. Your companion...
Heretical what?
Stop that right now. Stop that.
Allegiance.
Allegiance.
Like whisper yelling at Skivrock. Stop. Stop.
He stops. Your companion and conduct raise concern that your loyalty may now lie beyond our gods, our city, and our laws. You will have a chance to speak to these. You are not yet condemned, Valerius. You have returned, and that counts for something. But justice requires more than presence. It demands answers. Speak truthfully, be heard, and may the law see clearly through the storm. You are allowed to face an accuser. Make your selection. And you get a choice to basically see the face of one of the three.
How about that which I speak to?
Sorry, just a second.
Why are you laughing?
Wow, what happened?
She thinks our pain and suffering is funny, guys.
That's
Is
crazy.
Elmo under the mask?
It's mother.
about the bad you've been.
It's Rissa. There's all the kids in a fucking trench
All
coat.
stacked up on each other. They're like, run, Valerius, we got this.
I do want to know how everyone sort of reacted to the
Heretical
oath-breaking,
allegiance?
and then not even that, because like, I mean, we've been
That one
doing some
tracks.
shit. We've been doing
That one
some
makes
shit.
sense.
Like, I kind of get that one, but the oath breaking.
Yeah, I think when oath breaking was said, given the fact that Vosti had asked earlier, is there any reason why they would think you're untrustworthy? And he's like, nah, dog, we're good.
Yes.
And then when you hear Oathbreaker, I think he would have snapped his head to Valerius and like did sort of a furrowed brow, but then slight cock of the eyebrow, like, wait, what?
Because I would say
There
like,
is... Mhm, go ahead.
I would say Very looked at everyone else before she looked forward.
Alara's
can look-
demeanor did not change. She's still super pissed. Kind of like, hear these people on their high horse saying he's done all these bad things when the stuff that he's been doing is for them to keep them alive and blah. So she's just mad. And so it kind of just like, she didn't really pay attention to the oath breaking thing. She's just stewing in anger.
Dakin also looks very angry. He you can tell by the look on his face he's like exasperated. He thinks this is a joke.
The rest of like the clerics and paladins and other people that are in the sort of audience area, like there was a very brief like hum, like some murmuring and everything. But
Did anyone gasp?
And it was there was no gasps.
Okay.
Not
But
one.
you
Skid Rock?
also get the sense without like this is a freebie that they're very good at keeping composed under these things. So
Yeah.
the fact that they like made a comment to one another or maybe muttered something under their breath, like that is
was huge.
more of like a gasp from Valerius's experience. From you guys, they really kept it straight.
Cool.
The tribunal member steps forward and reaches up and removes her helm.
She's grabbing her face. I can hear it through the mic. What are you about to reveal?
And Valerius, you see a very, very familiar face.
It's not Victoria. Keep it in your
Calm
pants.
down.
Oh, we got a lore
What was that
gasp.
reaction? What
Lore
was that
gasp.
reaction?
Lore gasp.
in the minute that the mask gets pulled off, you guys probably see some of the most emotional vulnerability you've ever seen in Valerius. And there's almost a hesitation of like, it seems like he can't even speak for a second.
Do they know who this person is?
No.
Okay. Valerius, which charge do you wish to speak to first?
Dereliction of duty.
All right. The rest of you can give a insight check if you would like to.
Really well known for doing great at these. Ooh, not bad. Ooh.
I'm on a roll.
Okay. Everybody except for Valara succeeded.
Valara.
Valara.
It's not the first time she's called me Valara.
I do. It's just such a habit with all the V names.
We're slowly converting her
Good-
to
yeah.
a full-blooded
Yeah.
Maldoso. She's gonna
It's
start turning
alright.
blue.
It's good.
She's gonna
it's
grow
good, it's
horns
good.
soon.
Alara, unfortunately missed it by one.
She's pissed.
She's still stewing. Clouded
This
inside.
woman is looking at Valerius like she wishes that she was doing anything else but having this conversation with him. And when he says dereliction of duty, there's like a twinge in her expression that you don't quite catch, but there's something that kind of like comes over her face and then goes away. You were expected back by the reckoning of this city close to 3 years ago. You had given your fellows the understanding that you intended to return within 2 weeks or a month. Can you explain your absence?
He'll nod and kind of look down, swallow, compose himself a moment. As I'm sure the record will show, I did make comment to those here at the temple that I would be away for 2 weeks. That 2 weeks time carried on as normal until we were in the epicenter of the most recent flicker that occurred. The nature of the flicker was not understood until some time later, a matter of a few days, when we understood that there was a time dilation. And the further out from the epicenter, the longer the stretch of time. To ourselves, it's been a few months. To some people on the outskirts of the town that we were in at the time, it was a month. And when we had sent word back to our mother, we had found out it was 3 years.
You sent word
By means
to your
of
family.
by means of an arcane message that we were very limited in terms of uses.
And so you were, because of this limitation, unable to send a similar missive to the temple.
One was sent to our mother, and one was sent to Egrin. The first one was sent to Egrin before we fully understood what had actually happened. We were unaware at this time that that time had shifted back home than for us, and with the final use, for lack of better terms, was sent to our mother. It was an oversight that I assumed that word would have traveled.
Why would you reach out to the Duke's advisor?
Isn't it known that we? I'm sure
That
the
you're
temple knows.
secret spies?
I
It
thought
is
we-
not known.
Okay,
Mm-mm.
I thought we've talked to the temple about that. That's a misunderstanding on my part.
Mhm.
Fuck. Well, I already said it, so
I can have you retcon if that was a pure
if
misunderstanding.
that's okay, yeah.
Okay. Can I have you do a deception though? Because
Yeah.
you are withholding information.
You have
And
advantage in a
that's so
D4.
So would that
So
be?
you have it's a normal roll and a D4.
Okay, slay, not too bad.
Think of where else I could. What was I saying before?
You said the message went to mom.
Oh yeah. So the
We were
message went to
limited on
mother.
how many.
Yes. From there, we were at a point to where, and again, by a matter of means that we had at our disposal, were unable to get any other fast-moving word, and we began to finish the immediate task we had at hand that we could not leave unattended, and started to begin the trek home. It was...
Where was the epicenter?
Let me look back at my notes because I'm really bad with names.
Inamar.
Inamar.
Inamar, that's what I wanted to say to Thandra. It was an I-E something.
Mm-hmm.
Inamar.
And that's where you've come from.
We had to make a few stops after the flicker of things that were of great importance at the time. Tasks that we had taken on in our travels that could not be left unattended. One of which was a following through of my duty under Imperial. To save a long story short, and I can delve in further if you'd like, but acting as a lawman to handle a dispute between a family over somebody's will.
And where was this?
This was just outside of...
Oh
Notes are so
goodness.
bad. Yeah, I'm trying to remember
Sonor.
that. It was a...
Sonor.
Sonor.
Yeah,
It was
Sonor.
a residence not far outside the perimeters of Sonor.
That's quite a distance from Inamar.
Mhm.
That would have taken you through the Thamarwin woods.
Nod lightly.
Vosti, can you forward your insight check that you made earlier. That also gets there's a flicker of something on her face. You're not quite sure what it is, but it's there.
When mention of the woods,
Mm-hmm.
I'll relay that to the group. Like, she reacted just then to the woods.
What proof do you have? What witness would you bring forward to speak to your testimony?
I could call on any of my siblings here as we were all together.
I think loudly and telepathically, I think you'd say, "Not
specifically-
Lara."
I specifically would like to call on, if she would be willing to speak, my sister Veri. She has a very
Oh.
good memory.
Oh gosh.
She also understands a lot more in regards to the arcane in terms of articulating it than I can. So, and he'd look back over his shoulder towards Veri. If you'd be willing, I'd like to call you.
I wish you guys could see me right now because I'm doing the most awkward wave.
Mosti gives a big thumbs up, like, yeah.
Sure, do I tell them that for some of it I was not present? It's fine.
Cannot. Did she actually say that like through the head thing?
No.
Okay.
She's awkwardly waving.
Step forward. Very Maldoso.
Yes. She does.
Can you
Oh. Sorry.
Can you tell the tribunal your profession, your allegiance to any god?
Oh, sure. I am a librarian here at a bookstore, although to be quite honest with you all, I've also been gone for what is 3 years to you, but not to me. So I don't know if that's actually still my job, but I'll figure it out. And I actually rather connect with the twin gods. Is it bad to admit that, or is that like allowed? That's fine. She looks really nervous. It is like cheeks are flushed.
It's fine.
Oh, okay.
Very. Your travels to Inamar, do you recall how long that took you?
Well, for us, out of character, it was like a month, right?
2 weeks. A week and a half.
A week and a half. It took us about a week and a half to get to Inamar.
How long, from your perspective, have you been gone from Demeti?
Google.
You have 2 options.
Okay.
The truth is 2.5 months.
Okay.
You got fucked with by fairies, so you could answer a month and a half.
I think she's too nervous to lie. So, 2.5 months. But can I also add that there have been multiple sources of time being messed with outside of just the big event that we've been talking about. the flicker.
Understood. Very. Do you or any of your party members, your family or this other witness, have access to magic that allows messages to be sent over far distances?
I personally don't. Provided you guys are not just on a different plane. But I do believe there are others with that ability. Although, it being not my magic, I don't know the full capability of it. And I will not speak to that.
Who would be able to speak to that?
In the bond, I'll just be like, do you mind?
It's okay.
Sitting behind me, Dakin, who is not one of the Maldosos, as you've pointed out.
I'll stand.
Dakin, please take the floor. Thank you for your testimony, very Maldoso.
Thank you.
Just gives Very a thankful nod and a smile.
She says through the bond, she's like, I'm pretty sure I just fucked that up.
He'd
And
shake
then
his
she
head.
just sits down.
Valerius
Both
will just
of
give a
us-
small shake to his head.
Which is great. Honesty is what his friend said. It's all right. I'll approach.
Do you go by Dakin? Alone? Dakin, do you have magic that allows you to communicate across grand distances?
I do.
Is it limited?
Somewhat.
In what way?
I only have so much capability a day to be able to do it. And only if I have no other need of different magics to keep people alive, to help others.
In the past 2.5 months that you've experienced, would there have been availability for you to use that magic to communicate with more than just Verona Maldoso?
I simply wouldn't have.
Could you have?
I don't answer to you, or your church, or your god. My gifts are from Lemoneth. I spoke to the people that I needed to speak to. Multiple times they asked me to contact more people, and I didn't.
Did Valerius Maldoso ask you to contact anyone from his temple?
It was brought up.
And you refused?
I simply didn't do it.
Go ahead and roll a persuasion check. Okay. Valerius, is there any additional comment you want to present to this matter?
Another point I would like to make as well, while it doesn't contradict anything that Dakin said, as stated before, there was a time where we were in the Thamarlin woods, and there was suspicions at times of the use of certain magics potentially triggering other flickers or having unintended effects. So not only in terms of communication, but in many other facets, we were very cautious on the types of magics used, arcane or divine.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony, Dakin. To which charge do you wish to speak now, Valerius?
Oath-breaking.
T.
What is it that you wish to present for yourself? Everybody in the auditorium is kind of leaning forward. The tribunal is not, but everybody else that's spectating is like, they don't want to miss this.
For reasons that I do not understand, over the past, he'd give a small shrug. Maybe weeks, months, longer for all of you. I've started to feel changes to myself, to my connection with Imperial, and he'd kind of look up a little bit as if like looking up to something that wasn't that nobody could see. Not out of disloyalty, but out of physical connection. I've felt distant, I've felt things changing that I don't understand. I've spoken to it at length with a number of my siblings and compatriots that when we did make it back to Demeti, I needed to figure out what was going on. That I'd come back to the temple and try to reconnect. Find some communion, something. And at this point, he looks actually like, in his voice is like very genuine. Obviously, whether they believe that or anything is up to them, but it's to his siblings, he seems very genuine. I tried attributing it at first to personal stresses, and he'd kind of flick his eyes up to the woman he's speaking to and kind of hold it on that note for a second before looking back, just kind of forward at nothing and continuing. But it continued. I've been having what could only be described as perhaps visions, dreams, things, details that I don't know if I'm ready to speak about in front of certain individuals here, just out of personal privacy.
Which individuals cause you concern?
Not concern, just not quite the setting I imagined it happening, but I don't know if I have that luxury at this point. Family.
Valerius, have you broken your oath?
If I have, it hasn't been willingly.
Have you broken your oath in action?
I don't believe I have.
Have you broken your oath in intention?
I don't believe I have.
Have you broken your oath in your heart?
Depends on which one.
Explain that.
Kind of take little bits of couple of breaths. Like it seems like he's now starting to kind of be on the precipice of trying to keep himself emotionally under control. I believe answering that question would be easier by addressing the final charge.
Is it to be understood by the tribunal that a qualification for whether or not you have broken oath in your heart is because
Things that might be
you have
perceived as
heretical
the third charge.
alliance?
Yes.
We will have the room. And there's kind of like, there's like the tiniest bit of like, ugh, from the audience. And then like all of them get up and start leaving. Do you wish to dismiss your witnesses?
No, I'd like them here still, if that's all right.
Once the room is cleared, other than everybody that's standing behind you, and then the three on the dais. Your complete answers are now required, Valerius.
It is no surprise that the Maldoso name carries weight. Not only in deeds and services done for Demeti, but also its makeup. I think it's very clear that myself and my blood siblings aren't quite the same as those in our family. I never knew our father, and it wasn't for many years until I understood how it is something like us comes along. The things, the elemental fiendish energies, whatever you want to call it, that need to be exposed to a bloodline to cause us. And that grew a resentment in my heart for my father. Not only for what we were perceived as, but for what he did, or I should say, didn't do for all of us. Being absent, putting our mother under scrutiny. Suffice to say, I hated him. Still do. Always will. Promises, oaths, whatever you want to call it, I think there's two that I hold in my heart. The oath that I made to this temple, to all of you. And an oath that I made to them. And he'd glance back over to Vosti, Veri, Alara, Dakin. And that was that no matter the circumstance, I would never let our father's influence ruin our lives. And then he'd swallow for a second. And it just so happens that on our trip, revelations were made. The very thing that I sought to keep out of our lives, which was any influence, any hold of who our father is or was from coming back in our life, happened. So in my heart, I broke the oath that I protected, that I couldn't protect. The only things that I love more than anything in this world, and that's my sibling. I've spent my entire life putting myself in situations, walking in shoes to give myself the best chance to keep them free of that. So that we could define our own existence, and that was taken away from us.
Who is your father?
He'd turn and he'd glance over to Veri and Vosti. It'd be kind of like a moment of silence out to everybody, but in the mental link, he'd kind of just say to them, "Can't really hide it."
Why is it any of their business?
It isn't. But
Then give them nothing.
whether it's
Barry
their business or not. Go ahead.
doesn't answer but looks angry at you.
At Vosti or at Valerius?
At Valerius.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think he would have probably been upset as well when he starts hearing that he was trying to protect us from father. So I think when you look back, Vosti has angry brow.
Okay. he'd turn to look up to them, and his mouth would open for a second, like he's about to start talking, and then he'd stop for a second, kind of just slightly smirk to himself. And he'd give a shrug. Probably some fucking no-life. Something that touched something they shouldn't have and caused 3 blue kids to pop out of a mother.
Can I have you roll a deception?
Mm-hmm. And again, that's technically a normal roll of the d4.
At this point,
Because
yeah.
of that, yeah.
Okay.
All I know is that he started to come up in conversation. I thought we were past it.
Valerius.
He looks up.
What is more important to you? Lady Periel's purview? Law and justice? Or your relationships? Your family? And protecting them from each other?
It's a very deep inhale. Lady Law looks for justice, truth in all things. In people. Looks to bring it to light. But she doesn't need justice and truth. It's the domain that she presides over that needs it. The most important thing to me are the relationships and connections in my life. To preserve them, keep them strong, keep them true. And they always will be.
Do you have any witnesses that you want to call for this?
Something tells me I don't know if anyone would want to talk. So unfortunately, I don't think I do.
Oh, I have a lot to say, he says out loud. But I don't know if you want to hear it. Whether or not it will get my brother in more trouble.
Valerius, do you wish to call a witness?
Sure. Ghost.
Both will stand up and walk over to the dais. And he'll circle it. And then he'll sit down on it. Turn towards the higher up dais and Saria. And then he'll kind of like, super casual, maybe leg out and arm, elbow down on a knee, and he's just sort of picking at his nails.
What is your profession
Oh, that, yes. My name is Vosti Maldoso. I was a doorman and worked security at a tavern in town. I'm sure I've lost that job, but I'll probably get it back because, well, let's face it, everyone loves me. I don't
And Valara
worship
kinda
any
giggles.
gods.
What testimony do you wish to offer?
Well, it seems as if it's rather stuffy in here, don't you think? It seems there's not a lot of gray area when it comes to you all, is there? It seems as though you're suggesting that he can only have allegiance to everyone in this building and your god. But that doesn't seem very godly. Do you not have families?
We do have families.
And do not show allegiance?
There is a loyalty to the family, but that is a loyalty that is perhaps innate. It is something that builds over time. The loyalty to Puriel that your brother has entered into is one that he volunteered to do, that he stood before his fellows, before his god, and swore. And so there must be a measure of it, wouldn't you agree?
Sure, I suppose the relationships you choose sometimes turn out to be stronger. But you're not a fucking Maldoso. And this allegiance was born in blood.
You do an insight check, please.
He, as like Vosti says that too, probably because he wouldn't see it because he's probably looking at her. He kind of slightly tilts his head just ever so, small grit to his teeth.
Alara, Dakin, and Very can do an insight check. Let me know if you're doing it on Saria or if you're doing it on Valerius. If you're doing it on Valerius, you have advantage.
I want to do it on the girl.
Oh,
Okay.
the girl.
On the
On the girl. Dang it.
Damn it!
Who would have known that that would happen to me?
Somebody roll high. Where's Dakin?
Somebody come get her.
I'm also going to
She's
do
rolling
Saria,
on
I
the-
think.
Okay.
Oh, fuck me!
That's a 3 for an 18.
What?
Alara
crazy, dog.
and Dakin, I'm messaging you.
Okay.
I'll pause.
God, expertise is so fucking hot.
Go ahead.
I have more to. Oh, I can go.
Mhm.
Okay, so he said you're not a fucking Maldoso. Our allegiance was born in blood. You act as if there's always going to be a hierarchy, and your allegiance matters more. You said that a family's allegiance grows stronger over time, but yours, because he bows down to a god, means more.
What I said was that allegiance to family and such can grow innately over time.
Hmm.
If you're
You're-
curious why we're asking such things, is he your brother? voluntarily swore an oath to uphold the law, to act Imperial's name, to serve not just Demeti, not just this temple, but justice in general. And it's important to understand whether or not the additional loyalties that a person naturally may hold conflict with that oath that he swore. If he might, for example, choose to neglect his duty in order to serve his family.
And what proof do you have that he's done such? The only thing he's admitted to is that he's sometimes, I don't know, wandered with his emotions, his heart. Your God forbid he ever has feelings.
Say that again.
Of course not.
I
But
feel
he
like
does have doubt.
well, who amongst us doesn't? Do you not have doubt? I feel like you might have had doubt once you began this whole charade. Don't you think?
Do you think it helps him or harms him that the family he says that he has chosen to protect, that he has been focused on serving, on saving from the knowledge of their father, has just called one of the most important things that he might participate in a charade?
Well, to his defense, and I don't know if it's much of one, I don't really know what this is. So don't take my calling it a charade. His words, they're mine. I don't know what you're trying to prove here because I don't see much of any evidence.
What we're attempting to do is discover the truth.
Well, the
His
truth-
doubt is what brought us together. We're just trying to figure out whether it's simply doubt or if it's a change in feeling, a change in his thoughts towards his oath.
Well, that I can't speak to, so maybe I'm not much of a witness, but what I have witnessed is that from the moment he committed himself to you in some fashion, I've never seen someone so devoted to something. And do you know how I can tell?
Go ahead.
And he'll look back at Valerius. I've seen less of him. I've seen less of him for days. And he'll look back to Saria. I'm not sure if he's broken an oath. I suppose the only one who can tell you is him. But when we set out on our journey, every day since, he's not only saved us multiple times, but he's helped others in need. People we don't know, strangers, innocents. He solved, well, frankly, 2 murders and oversaw that will thing. And not one time did he curse your god or detract from your beliefs and his. He just merely added to ours. The fight rages on in that one, and I don't think he just fought for us. And just because he has doubts doesn't mean that he's lost. He'll stand up. Oh, may I be excused?
Do you believe your brother has been a loyal paladin of Piriel?
Well, like I said, I don't know much about this. And he waves his hands. Frankly, we made fun of him because all we thought that he did was clean. And what a big fucking room you have to clean, brother.
He just smirks slightly.
But I do believe, however he answers you, will be truthful. Because that's how he's been raised. Before you. By our mother.
Thank you.
He'll slightly like bow, sorta, kinda, but like just walk off.
Snaps finger.
There's like a little bit of a hubba bubba that happens, and Kalen is let in, and he moves in and sits beside Alara.
Smiles to him.
Is there anything else you wish to add on this particular charge?
That is it from me.
The tribunal doesn't believe that we've heard an accurate answer from you about whether or not you have broken the oath in your heart. We request that you offer proof via Piriel's judgment.
Whatever you need to see.
Step forward
He would step forward,
and raise your right hand.
raises his right hand.
I'm going to pause here. You know what is coming. You're basically going to say, you're going to ask Piriel's opinion on the matter.
Ooh.
You can just ask her about the Piriel oath, or you can ask her about your familial oath.
Okay.
In which case you would raise both hands. And then basically just ask Piriel to judge you.
He's gonna raise his hand for the oath to Piriel.
Okay.
And very simply, he's gonna look to like the scales or to any statues or leaves, whatever it is, as if, you know, the closest thing to looking at her.
Mm-hmm.
Just give a small smile and exhale. What do you think?
Can I get a wisdom save from you? You are no longer at disadvantage on every stinking thing.
Yep.
Your head stings. It's that same biting pain.
Mm-hmm.
You have a D4 in your buff, by the way.
Oh, true. 13.
But you don't
And-
bend double like you did before.
Don't you have your charisma to it as well?
It should already.
There,
No,
that's
it's a wisdom save. It's
it's
not...
all your saving throws, isn't it?
No.
The aura?
Oh yeah. That's a fucking 18.
Oh, your thing.
Yeah, my fucking
Yeah, your aura of life.
aura.
or whatever.
for saving throws, unless it doesn't work here. But yeah, so that would be 18 instead.
Okay. Shadow, can you message me what Puriel thinks?
Sure.
And if it tracks with what I think is true, then we'll know it just turned up on your forehead.
And I gotta remind myself of that thing.
This is a little long-winded thing as I'm trying to figure out how to word this.
Mhm. No problem. The rest of you, as he's sort of inciting Puriel, there's like a slight tilt to Saria's head, and you get the sense that, much like you, she's in like a little telepathic bond with the other tribunal members. Okay. So the symbol on your forehead changes. But you don't know what it is. When you step back, though, the others can get a chance to take a look at it.
Turn and look at all of them.
We look.
I'm looking
looking.
angrily. I'm looking angrily.
You see a scroll. It is not as bold as the book was. And it's kind of fading a little bit as he's approaching the dais again where he was asked to stand. Do you wish to speak to the final charge?
What was the final one again?
Heretical alliances.
Honestly, I'd love to hear the evidence for that one.
Turn around.
Turns and looks directly at Skivrox.
He does the same awkward wave that Very did 20 minutes ago. You travel with an imp?
Yeah.
He's not bound in the way a familiar is.
Think of him as a hitchhiker, to be quite honest.
Can you explain your relationship to this fiend?
Trying to think about how the fuck I would even word this, because even if I said the truth, I don't actually really know what he's been doing. He's kind of just been hanging around. He is
He's our mascot.
one that we encountered, came into our purview, I guess, for lack of better terms, while we were away. And for reasons still unknown to myself, he's proven useful in certain endeavors.
Is Valerius intentionally being deceitful?
I wouldn't say that he's outright lying, because I wouldn't say he is, but he's definitely not telling the whole truth. So he's withholding for sure.
Because he knows why Skivrox is there.
Remind me? It's
Well, I mean, you know, he's like he works for our dad. He's kind of sort of a distant cousin. He came through the portal.
no, I'm just trying to remember if him coming through the portal was intentional and he got stuck, or if
He definitely got stuck.
So then
He
to
helped
say that
himself
he-
get stuck. Just as a reminder, he climbed out of the portal in order to help you guys break the portal to keep
Yeah.
your uncle from
Uncle out.
coming through.
yeah, again, technically, he popped into our purview and has been useful. So again, while not the full truth, it isn't necessarily a lie, I don't think.
I'm gonna have you roll a deception check because you're withholding something that's actually like stinking important. That the fact that he's the same color of blue, kind of.
Yeah.
Well, not the same. He's like more of a warmer blue, but there's a vague resemblance. Do you know how he came to be on this plane?
I could only imagine through either some sort of conjuring, some sort of rift. Isn't that how they all get here?
Can I have you do a wisdom save?
Don't forget your D4 and +5.
Oh, yeah, shit. 18 again, that's crazy.
The mark on your forehead that you still don't know what it is growing, like there's a pain that's there. Like it was starting to kind of fade and it just resurged. Is this being in conflict to you serving as a paladin of Puriel?
Hasn't been so far. Has actually...
Valerius,
looks up at her.
will it be an issue?
I don't believe so.
And what will you do if it does?
Whatever I have to make sure it isn't.
Is there any witness
Whatever.
that you wish to call?
Dakin. If he'd be willing. Dakin, like myself, while different deities, would understand our divinely intuned natures and how that might conflict. If he'd be willing.
He stepped away.
He's pooping. I call Skiv Rocks to the no.
Skivrox tells them everything.
I slowly just die.
Mm, 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 mm.
What are the others been doing while this has been happening?
Yeah, how's the rest of you guys feeling about things? Skivrox is sweating bullets because he thinks he thinks the result of this trial is him getting like executed at dawn or something.
Same attitude from Very.
You can't just tell the whole stream I'm pooping.
Does Dakin want to speak?
He'll stand again and approach.
Dakin, follower of Lemoneth. Do you believe that Valerius has been partaking in any heretical allegiances, or that this fiend who travels with you has or could pose a threat?
I cast Burning Zeal.
Okay. Can you push the button so I can
Yeah.
reread it? Donkel.
A small circular corona of light
Mhm.
appears behind me, silver, and my voice increases in volume. Valerius Maldozo is one of the best men I've met in my life. No part of me fears at any moment that he will hurt or betray the bonds that he has put forth.
All bonds?
All bonds. I know he will always do what is needed.
Anybody can make a insight check.
I'm really good at those.
Can I make one?
Yes.
Normal or disadvantage or?
Just you're back to just rolling like you normally would.
I feel like
The
my
mirror
dice are
tries to set you
broken.
free.
I've rolled a 22 on insight almost every time.
Yeah, that shit don't happen.
Don't say anything like that because sometimes you roll really bad. So don't jinx yourself.
So
You're
true.
doing so good. You're doing so good, King. Go off.
Yas.
So true.
Yes.
Okay, I'm whispering Fairy, Vosti, and Alara. Because I don't want Shadow to know.
I don't know anything.
Yeah, that's sorry. I see her right there. Uh-huh. She's certainly here with us.
Is there anything else you wish to add?
A statement.
Go ahead.
I've met my God. I know I walk in his path. Can you say the same? You don't even want to be here. Is this your justice?
Why do you think I don't want to be here?
It's written all over your face.
Valerius would break his kind of posture and just lift a hand and just press it on Dakin's shoulder and just give a small squeeze.
Yay. Sorry. Sorry. Sorry.
I cede my time, and I give a bow, and I sit down.
You'd give a smile to him and kind of mouth thank you if he looks at him.
Nothing to thank.
Do you wish for any other witness to speak on your behalf?
He'd shake his head. That's it for me.
Call on Kalen, he says in telepathic.
Well, I do have one, perhaps, that would be beneficial, specifically as they have not been with me for the past, for you, 3 years. And look over, Kalen.
Kalen Madloso, we will hear you if you wish to testify. He gets to his feet, and like he walks forward, but like as Valerius kind of either turns towards him or they trade spaces, like he's looking really hard at Valerius.
Okay.
And Valerius, you can roll an insight check.
Cool. I'm gonna use an inspiration. Is what I'm gonna do.
Okay. Okay.
Bro.
God hates me. That's okay. That's fine. That's fine. We roll it. It's
Holy
dice. D&D. I can't be good at everything.
Hey,
I can't be good at everything.
Can you give your extra one to someone?
Yeah. Give it to Skivrox. No, I'll give it to Very because you spoke up.
Yippee!
He's looking really hard at you, and it's like he kind of has a question on his face. That's what you get.
Mm-hmm.
I am Kaylin Maldoso. I have served with fellows of Imperial in the past. And I believe her teachings are wise ones to follow by. I have known Valerius Maldoso since he was a child. I have known him to be devoted to this temple. I have known him to keep quiet about his experiences here. I have known him to always wear the symbol of Imperial. And I have known him to always act in a just way. I wasn't here to understand the charges. But if the question is why he is traveling with this imp, who is named Skivrox, it is because he has found an ally who is willing to also act honorably. And I think we can all agree. And I think my wife has taught good lessons in this town. That what somebody does is much more important than what they look like.
Just smiles.
Thank you for your audience. And he steps back and sits back down next to Alara.
Posty starts to clap, but then oh.
And the tribunal will convene and decide upon these charges. Thank you to the witnesses who have spoken. Thank you, Valerius, for answering the summons.
Thank you for your time. I have one final question, perhaps a request.
Is it one you wish to make now or after?
Regardless of the outcome.
Go ahead.
That I might take a moment of your time to speak in private.
After then.
Just nods.
And she and the other two march off. You have a moment to yourselves.
Kind of bows his head just a little bit and then turns and looks back at everybody and just kind of offers, again, a small, kind of somber smile.
Posty will stand up and sort of linger. Well, that was a lot. I don't know how you feel about how well it went. but I don't
I
think any
think-
of us back down.
I think that regardless of what happens, I don't think I'm worthy of the words you all spoke. And I appreciate that.
The scroll on his forehead is darker than it was before.
By the way, that book turned into a scroll. Don't know if that matters.
Doesn't. Could be worse.
Are they gonna kill me?
No. They're not gonna kill you.
Oh, okay, good.
Well, probably. Well, that's no probably. We're definitely going to have a conversation with
We will.
a few things that you said.
We will. There's a lot more to this story. He says that a little quieter.
Who is she?
He just smiles for a second, and then the sour just kind of the smile goes away.
She'd be bad at poker at the tavern.
Good thing I don't gamble.
Or do you?
Do you remember? God, it had to be weeks ago. We were having a conversation. I can't remember how it came up, but you'd asked me something along the lines of if I had ever had somebody, like a significant other.
Yes.
Kind of just like clicks his jaw kind of over to the side, mouth closed, like for a fraction of a second his mind goes somewhere else. Seems like such a different life at this point. But me and her were close.
In the bond, he hears, and she's sad about it too.
Let me talk to her after this. And then when we're out of here and we're back home or wherever, I will give you the full story when it comes to her, because that's one that requires the time. No shortcuts. Let's just say she isn't the only one that found out someone isn't dead. And he just kind of push off the little bar and turn and step back up to the stand. Look back forward.
We're gonna go ahead and take a break.
Break time.
Break time.
So we will be back in 10 minutes.
Go take a shit, chat.
Or do whatever you want. I don't care.
Ow.
I am
I think we
returned.
are. I think we are. I think we're gonna go.
Ah!
Is there any final comments that anybody wants to make?
No.
So deal with airplane food.
Where can I get my parking validated?
You shan't.
You shat?
Hey, up
Yeah.
yours.
Um. Okay. Let me then go ahead and bring her back. The three return, and she's got the veil back in place. Valerius Maldoso, please step forward.
Steps forward, stands up straight.
To the charge of dereliction of duty, we decide that you are innocent due to justification. To the charge of oath breaking, we believe that you are guilty, but not Imperial. To suspicion of heretical allegiance, we find you innocent.
Nods his head.
Because of our findings as to the oath breaking and our concern that you will in the future make decisions that are convenient to what is in front of you, we are stripping you of the title of Paladin. You will remain vigilant, which is a title, until you request to be tested again.
Simply nod.
So mechanically, this doesn't really change anything for you. I will say, and this is something that you can think about, but if you choose to be tested as a paladin again, it will change your subclass
Yeah,
if
okay.
you choose to be successful.
Okay.
So think about that if you ever want to pursue that in the future.
Yeah.
But as it stands, your subclass remains the same. The tribunal has closed. And then they just get up and walk away. And that's that.
Turns and looks back at everybody. And that's that.
What does that mean?
Yeah, what do they mean guilty, but not Imperial?
Because when I told them during the questioning that I had made oaths to you guys, and that oath is the most important thing, I told them straight up that I felt I broke that. So while my bond to Imperial, my oath to Imperial wasn't broken, the other one that I made was. At least I felt it was.
So they can punish you for breaking an oath to us, which, by the way, we need to talk about. I don't know how you've broken an oath to us, but they can strip you of your title.
You're in the place where oaths and bonds and promises are the most. I don't even know the word. Coveted?
Hmm.
I wouldn't be surprised if I got stripped of my title if I promised I wouldn't eat somebody's food and I did. It's a matter of principle, promises, bonds, oaths, integrity.
Do you think they came up with that ruling on their own, or did they consult with Imperial?
I think that if they came up with it on their own, then there's not much I could have done to sway them. And I think, again, if they consulted Imperial and then came to that assumption, then there's not much else I could have done to sway. To be honest, I think it probably came up with it. It's title, whatever. Doesn't matter to me. Not that much.
Liar.
Kalen sort of clears his throat. I think it does matter to you.
A little bit.
If it didn't, I think they would have found you properly guilty.
Yeah. Thank you for coming on such short notice. What you said means a lot.
I'm sorry I wasn't here sooner.
That's okay. We were given maybe a half-hour notice. So,
It meant a lot to me that you asked me to come.
it's what any of us would have done for any of us. Granted, I don't think any of you ever going to be in my shoes like this, but you get the sentiment.
There's like a little bit of uncertainty in his expression, but he nods. I would show up for any of you if you asked. Or if you needed me and didn't ask.
I'm gonna go see if I can have a conversation very quick. And then I will come find you guys. I don't know if you want to wait or if you want to head back home. It's up to you.
We'll see you at the house.
We're right there right after this.
Yes, I'm gonna go and check on the children. They're probably harassing one of the clerics.
Please, the first thing you do when you get there, let Mom and the kids know that I'm not going into the big house.
We will.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
Hmm.
Caitlin leaves. He has Leora and Eldrin with him. And he just sort of like, everything's fine, you know, all's good. We're gonna head back, and walks off with them hand in hand. What are the other four of you doing?
I think
Snacking. Sorry.
I think Vosti had sensed her Vary's anger with Valerius, that whole triplet connection. So I think he would probably walk up to her and take her hand and then start walking slowly back home.
Accepted.
Laura?
Still probably agitated, a little angry.
Mhm.
Feeling kind of rebuffed right now. She storms off in the direction that Vosti and Vary are not going in.
Okay. What's Dakin doing?
I think he sees her break off like that, and he's not gonna like chase after her, but he's just gonna go the same way she's going.
Okay. I think, you know what? Actually, I think. So it doesn't remain this sort of blinding screen. I feel like
Flashbang.
mm, I might not have what I think that I have. I don't have what I think that I have. Okay. I'm just gonna throw us back into Demeti for this, but first, Valerius. Saria comes and finds you.
Private setting.
Yes.
So we turn to face her. You kind of lock eyes with her. And his lip would quiver for a second. From the dead too, huh?
There was a reason they selected me to be on your tribunal.
Yeah, how did that one feel?
Not great. But it's important that they have somebody who's been in your shoes.
There are things that I want to say right now, especially after that, which I know it's not entirely your fault that you were in the position you were in, but before I say anything, I would love to hear your side.
Well, unfortunately, I'm told, by about a month we missed each other. My fellows and I had been sent to address an issue with some of the courts in Ithithandra. And a ripple occurred. And she shrugs out of the sort of padded leather armor that she wears, and you can see down her left arm is just mangled skin that was put back together and scarred. But it's if you saw just that in isolation, you wouldn't think it was skin.
All right.
And it just ate us. I was just on the edge of it, and the spring court took me in and tended to my wounds, which I didn't wake up from, I am told, for several months. And then I owed them. So I've been serving the spring court for a very long time.
Yeah.
Oh no.
So I understand how you must feel. when people haven't experienced time the way that you have.
God. We had a funeral.
I know.
Had, buried empty caskets. We, go out to the mausoleum every day when we were here. Hoping that I would, walk in and see you talking with some of the other groundkeepers to get the headstone ripped up. That they didn't need it.
Well, yours is not very far from where mine was.
Oh, how are you now? How are things?
I don't always know the answer to that question. At the moment, I am not well.
You nod lightly. Are her hands revealed? Like, are there any gloves or anything, or are her hands like exposed?
The one is.
Which
The
is that
other,
her left or her right
the
side?
left hand,
Are
the
there any
left
rings
side.
or anything on the hand?
There is not.
He would like start to take a step forward, hesitate for a second, take another step forward. And then unless she like pulled away, he would just envelop her in a very tight hug. A very close embrace.
She
Being
doesn't pull away,
hesitant.
but she like puts her hand against his chest to stop him.
Okay. Yeah, the minute he feels that, he'd stop.
Valerius. They have no idea who I am.
Yeah, I know. I know. And he kind of take a step back.
Why?
It hurt. The idea of trying to explain to them why I was off. When what happened when you didn't come back. Didn't want to burden them with that. I should have.
I think that means I was a ghost before I even left.
We didn't really know where it was gonna go, did we?
I thought I knew where it was going to go.
I did too.
And I thought you were... Go ahead.
He'd take another like half step back, like kind of getting out of like a personal bubble.
Thought you were braver than this.
You're right. You're right. I wasn't.
Well, take it from somebody who loved you and who believed that you loved them too. That discovering that something that you seemed to hold as very important was a secret is very painful. And I hope if you are struggling with your oaths to your family that you take that into account.
He just nods. Take another step back, kind of avert his gaze. Thank you for overseeing the day.
I'm glad you're alive.
We're gonna get pulled away again. So, I don't know how, but in the next day, we're gonna get pulled. So I didn't vanish again.
How long this time,
I don't know.
do you think?
I really don't know. It wasn't an understatement that the amount of times we've dealt with things that have been manipulating time have been more than once. And I can't guarantee it won't happen again. But what I will say for certain is I'll make sure word gets here. Or if it doesn't get directly here, that it gets here by someone else.
All right.
Care of yourself, yeah.
You too.
Just turn and leave.
Yeah, she just about faces and walks away
Mhm.
too.
Yep.
And your armor has never felt heavier.
Mm-hmm. And makes his way home.
Okay.
Woo!
It is mid-morning in Demeti. Valerius is on his way to the Maldoso household, several steps behind Veri and Vosti. Alara and Dakin went the opposite direction. What's happening there?
Well, it depends. What is in the opposite direction? Is
More
it
town.
town outside of? Okay.
Mhm.
Alara's just meandering through town, taking in the sights, window shopping, trying to clear her head.
Dakin, what are you doing?
I think he like catches up with her, and I don't think he says anything, but he just kind of locks step into walking beside her, and just quietly keeps her company.
With Dak in there, is there any change in what she's up to, Alora?
Um, you didn't have to come with me.
I know.
It just felt like a family thing, so it felt weird this morning waking up and you not being there.
I suppose that makes sense. We've been together a while at this point.
This morning, Rissa was sitting on Valerius's chest while he was asleep, and she was smearing honey all over his face.
And he just slept through it?
He slept through it.
At least they're having fun.
Leaving them is always the hardest part.
Yeah. I bet.
Did you go back to the inn last night?
No, I cleaned up a temple.
What is it with you and you holy types and cleaning temples?
I just had to take a page out of Valerius's book now that we're home.
Speaking of home, she kind of side eyes him a little bit. You probably really should contact your family.
I've thought about it.
I mean, I
haven't-
I can't tell you what to do, but we don't know what's going to happen when we leave tomorrow.
I promise I'll keep it in mind. I haven't decided yet.
I mean, if you'd like, I can be there when you do. You don't have to tell me what's said, but you've been there for us. It's the least I can do.
Sure. I'll let you know when I decide.
I'm not going anywhere. What do you think of all of this?
What, the trial or everything?
All of it. I mean, us, she gets a little quiet and leans in, the Dusk Watch. And the things we've been tasked with, and you watching over us and helping us along our journey. And just and she leans in again, prophecies. All of it.
I guess. I think we've been put on a path by things bigger than us that I don't really think we ever had a choice. I think the alternative, if we walked away, that it'd all be over. But I think it doesn't matter if we don't get to choose, because even if we're on that path, we still choose how we walk it. The little things on your path to destiny still matter.
Alara sighs a little. You know, I really am sorry for yelling at you about saving those people.
I promise it hasn't been on my mind.
Well,
I
that
understand where
makes
you were
one of
coming from.
us.
You just wanted to keep your family safe. You're just trying to do what you thought was right. I don't judge you for that.
But it wasn't fair to you to yell at you about it. You've done nothing but be there and done good things, and
I've handled a lot worse than yelling in my life. But
well, I'm still sorry.
apology accepted.
I'll try not to yell at you again.
If you need to. I know I can be difficult. I'm very stubborn.
You're not near as stubborn as Vosti.
True, that's true.
You would think after all these years of putting up with him, I could handle stubborn.
It's a different kind of frustrating when it's your brother.
All these people just walking around oblivious to what's coming. She just waves her hand. These shops. The birds. The fish. Just, it could all be gone.
That's why we're here. So that they can live their lives. They can have normal days. We fight so they don't have to.
All the things that Valerius has done. And for them to accuse him of a dereliction of duty. And they had no right to question you about who you chose to send word to.
I don't like it any more than you do, but they're just trying to do right by what they believe. He knows that.
Guess maybe it's a good thing he didn't call on me as a witness. I would have given them a piece of my mind.
Vosti did better than I expected. I thought he was just going to say something we really should not have said.
You act like he's done that before.
Yeah, no, he's never done that before.
Can I have you guys roll me a perception check? Scent would be relevant, Alara.
Somebody's
Hot dog stand.
Yeah. Churro.
Probably a second before Dakin notices what he notices. A scent comes to your nose that is acrid and a little bit burny and kind of gross, sulfuric would be a good description of it. And then Dakin, you hear sort of rippling towards you sounds of startled like cries and then screaming and rushing feet. And the town kind of clears out. Like the citizens in the area kind of clear out very quickly. And as the crowds kind of part in this marketing area, you guys, let me do one thing. It's gonna tuck some people up on a roof.
Ah,
Ah,
oh, wunderbar.
parkour.
Oh, like our token so we can see, but we're not there.
Mhm. Yep. As the
Oh my
Is the
god, the
crowd-
triplets, they're on the roof.
parts,
Requiescat in pace.
you see 3 Cambion in the road.
Oh.
One of them immediately points at you.
Huh.
Do. And says, "It's the other ones."
Oh no.
And then he shoots you.
Oh.
Like with a gun?
Pulls out a
Um,
sniper rifle.
I got an AK.
He takes out
Turns
his
around.
blunderbuss and fires.
Can't believe
Once
you
I'm done
shoot
hacking
you.
this, you're so cooked, little man.
No, with a scorching ray.
Oh. So worse.
Double tapped you with an op.
Cambions are kind of small, right?
No, they're big people devil size.
Okay. Okay.
24 to hit.
Oh.
Would you like to use a reaction?
The audacity. I'm double checking. You know what? Yes, I'll go ahead and use it.
Okay.
I don't know what.
Rolled a 4, so it missed the return for it. Let me just double check. Oh no, you're just scooping it in.
Yeah,
so
it's
you
supposed to
scoop
reduce
in.
the damage.
Yeah, the damage will be.
Like it reduces by 4.
It reduces it by 1d6 plus my proficiency bonus.
Oh.
And so you rolled a 4, so it's reducing this 7 fire damage to 3, and then your proficiency bonus. So you take
Which is
the
4.
minimum of 1.
Okay.
So go ahead and take that. The second ray also goes off, though.
So put myself back at -1 HP instead of the 7.
Correct. The second one doesn't hit, and then the third one is coming at you, Mr. Dakin. That one definitely doesn't hit. But you guys are now in combat. So let me get you all set up for that.
That's fucked up.
Hey
That's
guys,
fucked
guess
up
how
that
many
you would do
combat
that.
spells I have prepped?
Oh no.
If you thought the
Um,
number was 0, you'd be correct.
I sure hope these chatty Cathys work their magic to get to us on the other side of town.
You mean when they were walking in the opposite direction?
That's what I mean. Like, if all these fuckers that are running away, hopefully the scuttlebutt gets to us sooner than later.
Oh,
Oh.
the townsfolk that were running
Yeah.
away.
Right.
Oh, don't worry about that.
Oh,
Don't worry about
sure, I won't
What?
worry at all.
We're gonna be
let me
in
not
we're gonna be in a
worry.
different situation, I think, is the
Oh,
implication
yeah.
here.
You're stuck in
They
a line at a
split
Panera
up.
right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can I get the rest of you to go ahead and roll perception checks?
I didn't even get to roleplay. This sucks.
As in the three of us?
Yeah.
Oh, motherfucker!
I just want to know what it's going to be like when your scene comes up. Okay. Okay. That's good to know. Let's go ahead and see what happens here with some cambions for just a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think our talk's gonna lead off next session.
Yes, correct.
What's that? Ow, that burns. I'm smelling burnt fur.
It would that.
Okay. Let's go ahead and roll some initiative.
Yeah, Shadow, weirdness is right. I think you're gonna need to burn that digital die.
Gotta
you
redo
know-
it.
Change the hue.
Yeah, we're gonna do that later. We're gonna make sure we
Great
do that.
initiative, man. Thank you.
Because not only do
Where?
I want
You
to,
got
but
the,
my
the
game
classic.
wants me to die.
Yeah, they're really against you in this game with those dice.
Okay, let's go ahead and you can lead us off here, Alara. What would you like to do? There's 3 of them here. Tunk, 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 tunk.
Okay, so I'm gonna pull out my new shiny crossbow.
Take that baby for a spin.
Yeah. Okay, and as my bonus action for this round, I'm gonna crimson write it.
Okay.
And do I know what these things are?
They look definitely fiendish. You might not be able to immediately say Cambion, but then again, you are what you are. Go ahead and just roll like an either Arcana or a Nature check.
Ooh.
You know that they're a fiend.
Oh, that's right.
But
Fae
you're-
Fiend are undead, so I should get to roll advantage. So hold on, let me roll again.
I just
Okay.
noticed something that's big for me.
Yeah. They're Cambions. They are infernal fiends. So, devils.
Okay, so I am going to use Rite of the Storm, so my extra damage is going to be lightning damage
Okay.
instead of fire.
Okay.
And I can't set up this crossbow to build in the Crimson Rite, so I'm going to have to roll it separately.
It's fine.
That's my damage to myself.
Okay.
All right, so first attack. It's asking me to use the ability, but I don't want to use its ability yet. When I uncheck it,
Then it won't use the ability.
Yeah, you uncheck it.
well, I did, and it like quickly scrolls on the screen and nothing shows up for me to like roll an attack.
Oh. Heck and heck. The star.
The Starshot light crossbow.
Yeah. Let me give this a little bit of an edit.
I mean, it's the same
Um,
attack as my hand crossbow, so I can just roll with that for now.
Yeah, let's just do that and then we'll see if we can figure out what the heck is going on with it.
Okay. Okay, now it's telling me I must target a token, but I have the Cambion that attacked me targeted.
Maybe untarget and retarget.
Same thing. You must target at least one token.
That's odd. What if you switch to a different Cambion?
Nope, same thing. Must target a token.
Well, what the heck is that all about?
Want me to just put
Target
1d20
me.
plus 11?
Oh, you know what? I bet it's just because you didn't have them equipped.
Oh,
Have
Oh,
what
so go
equipped?
ahead and
the weapon maybe.
your hand crossbows because you'd switched it out for your other crossbow. So I just
Nope.
moved those two equipped. I just did it, so try it now.
Nope, you must target at
Oh,
least one
weird.
token.
I see it happening too.
Are these like classified as tokens? I don't know why they wouldn't, but
They should be classified as tokens.
like you could, like Kenna said, you could try and do it to one of us.
Target me.
Nope,
Damn.
doesn't work when
Oh,
I tried to
weird.
target Mary either.
That's really funky. And that's with your just your regular old hand crossbows.
Yep. The ones
Okay.
that have worked in the past. I can just do 1d20 plus 11.
Let's do that.
Let's go ahead and do that. Yeah, just to get it moving, and then in the meantime, between games, we'll take a look at it and try and troubleshoot. That just hits.
That's the piercing.
Mm-hmm.
And then the crimson right is... And that's lightning.
Okay.
Zip zap.
When the lightning sort of charges and sparkles, like you recognize that like the amount of charge in the bolt itself wasn't particularly high, but it also seemed to like the lightning kind of crackled across the skin, and he reacted not at all to the lightning, at least that amount.
Okay.
Do you have any movement you would like to take?
At the... You know what?
Run.
I'll step in front of Dakin,
Okay.
and then
Oh,
I'm
wow.
going to do my extra attack.
Oh, okay. Bring it on.
Oh.
That definitely hits.
Nice.
Yeah, the way that the lightning crackles over to him, like that actually like you can see where it burned, but not as much as it should have done. He seems to be resistant to lightning.
Okay. I mean, yeah, it's either that or fire, and I don't think I'm going to have much more luck with fire.
Through.
And that is it for my turn.
Okay. You know what might have helped also Is
they
like
were
if
in
it
initiatives.
actually hit like begin combat, that might have been part of the technical issues.
Oh, maybe.
Maybe it might not
probably
have been,
it.
but maybe. Okay, so that same Cambion kind of like the one that you were shooting sort of kneels down while this guy comes up and sort of takes a slightly higher ground approach. And then he points his finger at you, Alara, and begins to, do you speak Infernal?
Wait, is that what? Yes, I do! I do speak Infernal!
She speaks a
come in
very
handy,
broken
finally.
version.
Oh yeah, you're
We
learning,
taught
right?
her.
You begin to hear, like, although you're getting pointed at, and this is a combat situation, you begin to hear, like, the most tempting things that you've ever heard before. Like, we're not actually here to hurt you. We just want to talk to you. This person behind you, on the other hand, I don't like the look of him. And he's going to go ahead and cast Charm Monster on you.
Wait, hold on. Being Kalishtar, does that have any effect on this?
I don't know. Let's take a look real quick. You do not have any specific resistances to being charmed, just 2 psychic damage.
Okay, I just have advantage on all wisdom saves.
Mm-hmm. So, what is this?
Budding.
Yeah, what was that noise?
Well, it cast and then it was just like, oh.
Is it because I only see one in the initiative?
No, I just didn't have her targeted. Is why I didn't go.
Okay.
So it is a wisdom saving throw. It's 14.
Oh no. Oh wait, yay.
Nailed.
You were successful in your wisdom saving throw. The charm doesn't take hold.
That's
Why does it look
really
like it
cute,
did?
though.
Yeah,
that's
that's
really
so
cute,
cute.
though.
Yeah, I like heart.
It
Shut
did
up!
an
That's
auto.
so cute.
It did a little auto on you.
I
but,
kind of wish she was charmed because that's so
Me
fucking
too.
cool.
It's so cute. What a cute little effect.
Unfortunately, she's saved. Wah, wah. And then he's going to scamper out of sight from you. Doink.
She just like shakes her head like she's shaking it off.
The one that you've been shooting is going to run up, and he's going to try and stab you with a spear that's got a big hook on the end. So continue to target you. And he misses. It just sort of like jabs past you, but he has multi-attack.
That was past her into Dakin.
Yeah. And he misses again.
This guy sucks.
He does kind of
Oh,
suck. He's
brother,
scarred
this guy
though.
stinks.
This guy's awful.
Says the
the
3
next
triplets
guy.
just sitting on the roof watching this happen.
Holding
Uh,
hands.
What
Corning
you
up
don't
there.
see, what you don't see is I'm friggin' lounging too. Like I'm,
Yeah,
I'm
we're-
chill as hell.
I'm
I
half
might get
asleep.
I might get a tan from the sun today. Like I'm feeling it.
Where's the waiter? I need a Mai Tai.
You know, might.
The other guy is going to
Moggy time.
Get mobbed.
We like the blue one.
He's going to attempt to command Dakin. I don't think this is gonna work. We'll try.
Oh.
Oh.
And he's going to attempt to command you to grovel.
Was save?
Yes, it is a wisdom saving throw.
Oh,
Meets it,
no.
beats it.
Dang, that was
Oh,
close.
Only a 14.
Yeah, it's only a 14. Don't worry about it. There's only 3 of them.
Yes.
Tacken.
Kill
What
them.
would you like to do?
Oh, boy.
Okay. I'm going to reach in my bag, pull out a potion I bought in Ithathandra. I'm going to chug a potion of speed, give myself haste.
Okay.
What
It was
the
so
hell?
loud when you
I
took a
didn't even
drink.
do it yet. I haven't even taken the sip yet. I have no idea what that was.
I just
Gondor
changed the
calls for
music
aid.
to something a little bit more upbeat.
Almost sounded like a cow.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
He
I was like, why
releases
is
a cow onto the battlefield.
And then
That
Sorry,
man is as
Cat.
fast as a cow.
Sorry, chat.
I'm going to use the additional action I get from haste to cast oh wait, no, it has to be a weapon attack, right? It's the haste action.
Mhm.
Okay, so I'll grow I'll run up to this man, I'll heft my mace, and I'll just give my one single swing at him.
You sure you don't
Okay.
want to step 5 more feet?
To the
True.
other side.
Kill him dead. Oh,
It.
Hang on a minute, when we get there.
pretty good.
And then from my blessed strikes, it also does an extra d8 radiant, which is an 8. That's big. 18
Oh.
damage.
Okay, that is
Radiant too.
I didn't even roll with advantage.
Damn.
Do you want to?
Just see if I get a crit.
Crit
'Cause I only
fish?
get 1 attack anyways. Better, but no. Okay.
Close. Yeah.
Okay, don't do damage on that. Anything else that you would like to do?
Do I have a bonus action? I don't think so. I think that's it for me.
Okay. Alara, it's your turn. Can I get a perception check from you?
What sense?
Scent.
Oh no.
Something is coming from behind you that smells
Oh.
similar.
Oh god.
Please let it be Skiv Rocks for some reason.
Okay.
He's like, I'm got.
Oh god.
There's more coming.
But go ahead and take your action.
All right, I'm gonna try rolling again with the crossbow
Okay.
since we've unpaused the game.
Yes.
That's a negative on that one.
So annoying.
And yep, the other crossbow, it says you must target at least one person.
Okay.
You're targeting the guy in front of you?
Yeah.
Weird.
Do you have crossbow?
Crossbow expert, so it's not at a
Okay.
disadvantage.
Perfect. Just confirming. That definitely hits, obviously.
What is with this roll? And then the 4 damage that was stored in the amulet is added to that.
Okay. So that would basically okay. Understood. So he'll go ahead and just take full damage from that. Okay. Anything else that you'd like to do?
I am going to shoot him again.
Lewis.
Shoot him again. When you're stressing me out, dog.
Am I?
Yep. Because we're just
Oh.
sitting here like watching
This
them be attacked, and we don't know what the fuck's happening to others out of town.
Yeah. You guys
And
are
we're
just
almost
chit-chatting.
Good rolls.
Okay. Yeah, you get the sense that because the crossbow that you're using is magical, it's having more of an effect than it normally would on this creature.
Good to know. Good to know.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm going to do my last attack.
Okay. It definitely hits, obviously. Okay.
And I am going to stay here.
Seems like a good plan.
Gonna wave up at the triplets.
This guy's gonna pop out and shoot Dakin in the back if he can.
Not in the back end.
Yeah, in the bacon. So first one, second one, third one. So the first one hits with a 20. The
It
last
does not hit with 20 because I'm hasted. My AC is increased by 2. It misses on my 21 AC.
Oh, well, okay then. Then basically you just see a bunch of like hail of fire shooting at your back.
Ah!
And he's going to duck away again.
Please leave us alone.
No.
Oh, good try.
he
That's
wouldn't
fair,
say
I-
that.
Yeah, you asked.
That was way too skivvy of him. This guy that's right here.
Bigger skivvy.
Yeah. This guy is going to his appearance shifts. And you hear Very say, "It's a trick. It's a trick." And because you've done so much damage, it broke through the veil. And it's
What?
actually your sister in front of you. Can I get from you a... We'll go ahead and say, we'll go ahead and say a wisdom saving throw.
From me?
No, from
Oh.
Alara.
Thank God.
You are you were taking pause. It mechanically it's not really doing anything, but you're sort of stricken by the knowledge that you've just like shot your sister with multiple bolts. Maybe you shouldn't have been so angry with her. This guy's gonna just shoot Dakin some more.
What is going on?
I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it one bit.
I'm not buying what you're selling. I have no money in
Yeah.
my bank account.
Yeah, no,
Yes.
because which one of us can shoot fire like that?
That hit a 21? Oh, that hits.
The
Yeah.
last one hit the 21. Yes.
Hey, we're not in.
Do you have a
we're not in-
reaction that you want to use?
We're not in NMR. I can finally use my ice thing.
Ooh,
Wait, I don't know why it did it twice.
wise, yeah.
So we'll just ignore the second one.
Just
Wait,
other
okay.
too.
right?
Um,
I haven't actually
yeah,
used it before.
I think it might be
DC
just because
16
of how
Constitution
he's-
saving throw.
Okay. He will do so. Hmm.
Do you think it's per hit? Did it hit twice?
He does not save.
So he takes the 7 damage and his speed's halved until the end of my next turn. Or the end of
Okay.
his next turn.
He is resistant.
A big 3 damage. We love to see it.
Yeah, I'll just.
He's resistant to ice.
He's resistant to fire, cold, and lightning,
Wow.
and poison.
And sword.
These fucking guys.
And sword. He does 9 damage to you, which I
Okay.
believe auto applied. Yep.
It did, yeah.
Okay, so yeah, 9 toasty damage. Dakin. You may go. You can do a perception check. It's a visual one. There's maybe heat or something shimmering in the air behind Alara.
Like something's invisible there that's warm?
That you see what I described.
Okay.
What would you like to do? It's your turn. Sorry, I didn't advance the thingy.
Does this to me also look like Very?
Yeah. Do you doubt it?
Yes.
Would you like to roll an insight check to see how much you doubt it?
I would love to.
Okay. You have some doubt. She's nearly dead.
I'm going to use my main action to cast Spirit Guardians.
Okay.
Removing Alara from the inclusion of it.
Okay. I love the little koi fishies.
The fish.
Yeah, it's very
Does-
cool.
Where I
That's-
saw
that's
the
one of my favorites.
heat shimmer, is
Mhm.
that within my Spirit Guardians or is it further behind her?
I mean, it was a shimmer, so you're not quite like 100% certain, but that would definitely, like, the range of your spirit guardians would keep something from being directly behind her, you think.
I use my hasted action to hit what I believe not to be Very once with my mace.
Okay.
Rude.
Let me give you something to actually target. That That hits.
Plus another D8. Wait, did it not do the damage?
It didn't.
Oh, I hit myself with the mace as well, for somehow.
Should probably not do that.
Probably not.
Hmm.
Okay, I'll do damage fast again, hopefully.
Okay.
Okay, there we go.
Very dies and lands on the ground as a Cambion.
I'll just say to Alara, ignore it, it's not real. And I'll take my movement to here.
Okay. So the jealous Cambion, I believe, is affected by your koi fish the second they're moved
It'll
into
be
it.
the start of his turn.
Start of his turn. So a figure appears. Larger than these other guys. And didn't get his sheet all the way set up, so I'm going to go ahead and just do this. Very. Does a 24 hit you?
Yeah.
No, sorry, Alara. Does
I
a
was like,
24
damn,
hit
how
you?
am I
I had
gonna
your
hit?
sheet up for some reason.
It probably
yeah.
opened when you moved my token.
Okay. Then I'm gonna go ahead and roll damage against you. What you experience is a sword coming from your chest from behind.
Should have stayed there.
What strikes you before the pain does is that this sword is silver.
Oh!
Fuck.
What?
Oh, and he's using 2 hands, so give me just a second to adjust for that.
I've actually just decided he's not.
Okay. So the first thing is the silver piercing damage, which is a total of 13. That you can go ahead and apply to yourself. The second is the burst of necrotic that happens afterwards, which is 20. Dakin, you see this happen as you're like darting to, make use of the spell that's really good for fighting against fiends. You see this sword come through her, and she instantaneously looks fucked up. Alara, how would you like to take a reaction? Like just as a role play thing?
Alara's arms kind of like go out to her sides, and she looks down and sees the sword protruding through her chest, and she just coughs up a little blood, and some like runs down the side of her face. And she looks horrified.
Somewhere on the other side of town, another conversation is getting
Oh, you fucking
interrupted.
suck. That's wild, Bone.
Rude.
Is this punishment
But-
for like having to take some time off?
Sorry,
I don't know,
went
is
to
it?
my nephew's graduation.
I don't know.
I feel punished a
Uh,
little bit.
We will find out what happens next week. But we are back next week.
Yeah.
Mhm.
June 1st.
Mm-hmm. Oh my god, it's June already. That's
Jesus Christ.
insanity.
All right.
I don't like it.
Great.
Yeah, I think we'll just leave it there. I don't have any, I don't want to boast or make any comments or anything like that. So we're just gonna
All right.
uh
I'll keep it in screen then.
bye everybody. Thanks chat. Thanks Osab. We
Bye.
appreciate you.